All right, so that's enough of that. Woke everybody up. So yeah, Clover is driving through Mississippi. State police are in hot pursuit, so figured we'd go live and help them navigate through the streets or whatever.
Thank you.
So Ozzy's out there. Figure we go live because been hanging out, chatting, and didn't go live yet. So now we're live. There's 3 other people out there. It says so. We'll see if anybody says anything. And otherwise, we're here to keep Clover alive while he's driving. And I put a link out to Patreons. So if you're on Patreon, you can jump in if you want. Oh, it's Justin is saying hello from South Mississippi. So.
Cool. Yeah. Keep Clover Alive 2.0. This is becoming a regular thing.
R4 Mississippi Thunder is out there. So what's the deal? Clover doesn't drink coffee, do you?
No, I do not drink coffee, but I got plenty of Coke Zero.
Well, but I'm saying I basically got a map over here. I'm not going to screen share it because of OPSEC. It's on your business where he is. But let's just say he's somewhere between. I got to remember where he's at. Let's say he's somewhere between the state of Mississippi and the state of Texas. No, that's a bad way to say it. Let's say he's somewhere. Anyway, whatever. He's driving
somewhere between Jackson, Mississippi, and Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yeah. So I don't know where R4 Mississippi Thunder is, but I was just going to say if R4 is like, oh, hey, dude, stop over here and say, hey, like that would be a thing. But because he knows who that is. I don't know where Ozzy's not in there, but I don't know who Justin is. Do we know who Justin is? Can you see the screen? You're driving. You're not allowed to look at the screen.
No, I can't. No, I'm just, all I got is the StreamYard up.
So anyway, if he's in Mississippi technically, but we've already evaded most of the police there. Next, we'll be going through Louisiana State Police, which from the movies are easier to get through than the Mississippi State Police.
Yeah,
just
very much so, yeah. They're usually tied up with alligators and roads, things like that. So.
Yeah, and whatever shenanigans happen in New Orleans, so they're always down that part of the country.
That's true.
Or state. So anyway, I'm looking here. One time I drove this route that you're on right now, coming back from on our 2012 trip. We were in, what was I searching for? I was searching for something up here and it screwed everything up. We were in
Bergen.
What?
Was that the trip you took in the cop car?
Yeah, exactly. So I had smashed up my pickup truck and bought a cop car. And I was like, I just bought a cop car and it's going to get ruined at some point. So why don't I do a giant road trip before it gets ruined? So Haas comes down and we drive off. And on the way back, we're in, we went to Chattanooga. Wait, how did we come back? We went to Chattanooga. We went to Atlanta. This was Halloween because we were shooting, or before Halloween, I guess. We were shooting a Halloween. Eric was filming a Halloween video. And I don't know how long it took him to make a video. It was probably weeks before Halloween. And then we saw the Glock factory and then went to a tour of a place past Athens, the place that's Masterpiece Arms. So that was in Atlanta. And then from Atlanta, we're coming west and we went to Birmingham to meet up with what the hell is the name of that place? The people that do the Steyr AUG. So I guess Steyr. So we met up with Steyr, and they turn out to be importers for the Steyr pistol, which some iteration of the Steyr pistol was new at the time, and that's what we were there to see. And then I was more like, oh, we're at the AUG place? Well, I want to look at the AUGs. So I started looking at the AUGs, which they imported as some sort of version and then fiddled with them, and then they could sell them here. And then so basically they were quote unquote importing and manipulating them, manufacturing them, but really they were taking them out of a box and fiddling with them and putting them back in the box. And then because they were made wherever they're made, right? They were just being fiddled with here. But it was neat to see all that. And then the crazy expensive guns. They made all kinds. I forget the name of those companies. Burkle or some company, weird name, has like $8,000 rifles and stuff for shooting elephants from the head. So they had all that stuff. So we met up with them, and it was sort of like we came from Atlanta. I don't remember what that trip was, a couple of hours, right? It was pretty close. We get to Birmingham and we're like 2 hours before they even open. So we're there at like 6 a.m. and they open at 9 in the morning or something stupid. So we like had nothing to do, super boring. We do the tour, which took like an hour. It seemed like, it seemed like we were there for a while, but we get all done. And it's because we got there so early. It was like early in the morning still. So anyway, we left Birmingham and started heading back to Tucson. And I remember getting to about where you're at in the evening, and then Haas passed out. And I was like, I need to be in Tucson. I'm done. And I just drove that trip that you're driving. I got hiccups. The trip you're driving right now in the middle of the night. Like I've been on the road you're on, but in the middle of the night. So I have no idea what it looks like. Now I'm guessing you've driven that road more than once.
Not this far.
Oh, really?
A very, very, very long time. Yeah. To as far as Monroe, Louisiana. Yeah. But
oh shit! I figured because that's not that far from you, where you live at. I figured you'd driven that road quite a bit.
Yeah. Like I said, a lot as far as many dozens of times as far as Monroe. Over in Mississippi and Alabama.
What's in Monroe? What's in Monroe?
Wife has family and stuff.
Oh. So there's a Nacogdoches in both Louisiana and Texas. Or are they one of them's Nacogdoches and one of them's Nacogdoches?
Right.
Stupid. That's weird. They're like, oh, you know what? Let's confuse people and also confuse people. And everybody was like, yeah, let's do it.
Well,
Davy Crockett National Forest, is that because of the Alamo?
Probably so.
Because it's in Texas.
That's just south of.
Yeah, I'm just randomly looking at stuff on the map as I zoom in and out.
Yeah, and that's the kind of the road that runs by there through there too. Is El Camino Real, which is the old road from, kind of a little bit southeast of where I live. A lot of the first Texas settlers were over there. So a lot of pirates in my area too, back in the wild days, early days of Texas, right? And
what did they go to Texas? They went to Houston first, right?
When they came to Texas, they typically settled along, came into no man's land at first. So, they kind of settled in San Augustine, Nacogdoches, over in that area, and then slowly migrated west, kind of, because you had Indian tribes and other things too, right? So as they started moving west, the Alabama Coushatta Indians, they kind of ran it with them, but they made friends with them and were able to continue on west.
Now, when you're talking,
eventually made it into Austin.
When you're talking you're talking about people from the United States that were creeping west.
Yes, no, I'm talking about U.S. people that we're tired.
Because there had also been the Indians, or whatever we're going to call native Indians, people that lived there since they came over from Russia or whatever, and
right. Yeah.
But they've had motherfuckers from Mexico come up and mess with them, just Mexican tribes like Aztecs and shit. But then later on, when the Spanish came over, they came up and screwed with them way before the people from the United States came across, right?
Oh yeah.
So I'm just
other Indian tribes. That's another thing.
The Indians weren't friends with each other, right? Some of them weren't. Yeah.
With Alabama Coushatta, for example, which is the closest tribe to where I live. They made friends with the settlers and stuff real quick, because that was allies against the other Indians that would raid and pillage their stuff. So they welcomed it. You know what I mean?
I've paid attention to Indians or tribes, I guess, from back in the olden days. I did some kind of big project, so I remember kind of paying attention to a lot of the plains ones, the Sioux and the Lakotas and shit. And then I knew a bunch about the Great Lakes ones, because they were always interesting to me for some reason. And then I've learned a shit ton about the ones out in the Southwest now because I live out here. And then I lived in Wyoming for a while, so I know about those tribes quite a bit. But then I know of the stuff where like they took the fucking tribes from here and shoved them over to Oklahoma and shit. So I know about that a little bit. But when you get into and then I've been to the mounds on the Mississippi, so I barely understand that there was some big stuff happening around the Mississippi, but I'm barely aware of like the giant tribes that were in the Southeast. So there's tons of history I know nothing about, and I know that they're constantly discovering new stuff. But I know that from watching the different versions of the Alamo and some history of Texas, that, I mean, Texas is obviously big physically, but also I'm thinking about it from just driving that and looking at the map now. You've got your Gulf is like a big circle. So at noon, let's call noon New Orleans.
Right.
And that's all fucking shitty swamp, right? It's horrible and shitty. And by the time you get to 11 o'clock, you're at like Lake Charles, and then maybe 10 o'clock, you're at Houston. And that's still pretty shitty. Like it's still swampy and gross and shitty. And then when you get to like almost 9 o'clock, you're over by Matt at tip of Texas, Brownsville or whatever. But it's beautiful. Like that's different than shitty swamps, right? So and then when you're talking Texas, Houston is like the edge of the hill country and the terrain. Once you get west of Texas, it starts to flatten out and become what I would call cow country. So that's all I'm thinking is when some motherfucker was walking or dragging a bunch of houses, I want to say houses, a bunch of horses and shit in the olden days, I would think East Texas, they'd still be like, nope, until they get to like whatever that road is that goes between Houston and Dallas, that, you know, not the Waco Austin road, but the one that goes between Houston and Dallas. I think once they get there, they're like, this is where we want our cows. Like this is
45.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just going off of a giant map of the country, but to me, that seems like where it quits getting hilly and starts turning into grassy. Like I want my cows to
45, be. The I-45 to I-35, right in that range. But, you know, you would be surprised, right? Because, like, first of all, a lot of the hog problem, wild hog problem comes, stems here from the early settlers, all the different varieties of pigs they brought in. And then Indian raids and many other things, fights with the Spanish, with not only the Spanish but Mexico, and they would come in and they would, one of the things they would do is just tear down fences so that the livestock could run free, right? And the next thing you know, you've got all of these various. By the way, I'm crossing Mississippi.
Now you're in Louisiana, you're saying?
Yeah, I just crossed the state line right now. So yeah.
Right. Well, anyway. So that way we already lost all the Mississippi Highway Patrol. They can go suck it, and now we just have to evade a bunch of Mississippi.
Louisiana. Yeah.
Louisiana, I mean.
Yeah, that's easy. That's easy. We'll distract them with a alligator tail or something hanging out of it. Anyway. But yeah, there's a couple of things. First of all, as you move west, and especially north and northwest through Texas back then, you started encountering more and more aggressive tribes, right? So that's one thing to keep in mind. A lot of the ones that are in the piney woods and the thickets of East Texas were not nearly as aggressive.
Right, because they didn't need to be. They could hang out and grow.
Right. There was plenty of water sources with rivers and creeks and streams.
They were chill.
Fertile land for growing stuff, right? And farming, and all that kind of stuff. So that was attractive to a lot of
I can see settlers stopping, right? But I'm just thinking Texas boom was the cattle. It wasn't like, I'm going to grow a farm. It was like, I'm going to make cattle and drag them to Kansas or whatever.
Right. Well, I mean, that come along a little later and eventually, right? But a lot of the cattle drives happened, up through and into Oklahoma. And
the cattle all happened after Civil War, right?
Yeah, we're talking way, right? So.
The way I understand it is pre-Civil War, the West was basically a big territory, and nobody really divided it up too much. And then they started to divide it up a little bit, had a civil war, and everybody killed each other for a while. And then when they got sick of killing each other, came west, and then all those dudes that were like, free of being in the Civil War or whatever, were like, oh, I need something to do. And that's when they started pulling cattles from the the prairies to the railroads. Because that gave them,
railroads.
because
Yeah,
the
the railroads
country
are
started
more.
to build and they needed food, and it gave them all that labor.
Right. Well, some interesting, when you talk about interesting Texas history, and you talk about, I've got a book at the house, I've read it, I cannot think of the guy's name, but, uh,
Sam Houston, you couldn't think of Sam Houston's name?
oh, yeah, please, come on. No, it's a Mexican, and I can't think of his name. But anyway, he basically was a reporter. And so, everybody's probably heard about how Mexico basically give land to Mexicans to move up here, or move up here, like move to Texas, right? And they said,
Yeah.
hey, we'll give you this many, this much money and this much land, if you pack up and go. And so a lot of Mexicans took, and I'm not speaking disparaging, that was nationality. A lot of Mexicans moved, of course, moved to Texas, right? Like, oh crap, 40 acres, 100 acres, 200 acres, whatever.
Just like when
Um,
we were doing the whatever they call that, going
yeah,
west.
yeah, right. They were like, oh, heck yeah, we'll take that deal, right? So similar things were happening with settlers coming from the U.S. into East Texas and other parts. Well, they're the forbidden zone or the unknown zone or the wasteland, right? A lot of pirates uh, and Gene Lafitte was one of them that in my area particularly, the rivers were a lot bigger back then than they are nowadays. Uh, just from deforestation and limbs and logs falling and building roads and dams and doing all kinds of other things, right? I'm not being all green with it, but uh, really different system. And you could actually sell a pirate ship, up into East Texas from the coast if you could do it. And so the Louisiana Texas border back then was kind of an unknown zone. They really didn't know where it was, and because they didn't know where the jurisdictions was, that was a really good place for pirates to hang out too. So, and some of the settlers were settling in that area and whatnot. So, uh, they sent a brigade out of Mexico, and they said, "Hey, we want you guys to travel to that zone and try to determine." Sent a surveying crew. Of course, they sent military men with them, right? Because of Indians and other things. And they said, "Hey, civil engineers, I guess, kind of the day, and we want you to figure out where the borders are at, right? What is Texas? What is Tejas? What is Mexico? What is ours? What's Louisiana Purchase? That area. What's all of that?" And so it was a many freaking month excursion, obviously. And they sent a reporter. And I've got a book that's got a lot of letters. And now, granted, they're supposedly translated, all this other stuff, but super interesting read. And one of the things he observed when we talk about U.S. settlers coming to Texas is that it was actually a dig, it's actually a burn on the Mexican people in a way, because he's like, as we travel through, this, I'm impressed at the white man or whatever, right? Basically, right? Um, because they, still on.
We lose you? What
No,
happened?
am I still here?
Yeah, you're here.
Oh, okay. So yeah, my phone blinked. It's weird. Um, so he said, yeah, as we're walking through, we come across the Mexican settlers, right? That they're giving the land to. And they said they would have their 20 acres. They may have a little garden on it. They may have a couple of cows, maybe a donkey. And it's a guy and maybe his kids, and maybe his grown kid is married and has kids, or something. There's 5 or 6 people that live on the land, something like that. And he's like, we get over parts I'm talking about when they got over into Nacogdoches, Alto, Nacogdoches, San Augustine, those areas. And he's like talking about the white settlers. And he's like, oh my God, the white settlers have built cities, like towns. They've got churches, they've got schoolhouses, they've got, like they have multiple heads of cattle, they've got, acres and acres of farmland. It's like, in other words, the white settlers really took full advantage. You know what I'm saying? Uh, what can we do to make this a place that more people would want to come in and join in our community, in our little township? You know what I mean?
Well, from what I
They just
understand,
the way they utilized the land that was given them was totally different, and that actually a lot of resentment that actually led up to the fight for Texas independence.
oh, now you're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if you hear me.
Yeah, I
Oh,
hear you.
okay. Maybe you were just switching cell towers. I figure, I don't know where it all fits in because I'm good at understanding pieces of history, but not necessarily where they all fit on a timeline. But
Right,
when you've got the Civil War screwing with everybody, you got all kinds of people that are displaced and sick of the business, right? And they're like, Texas looks good. And then they start heading to Texas, right? So that had to be appealing. But then I'm looking at a map, and East Texas is a heck of a lot closer to things like New Orleans and Memphis and whatnot that probably existed back then than Mexico City, or I don't know where the hell they were coming from from Mexico. You know what I'm saying? So they had to walk a long ways to come up from Mexico,
right,
where to get to Houston or East Texas, just a quicker route. But
right.
I hear what you're saying. If they're coming up and just homesteading, that's the word I was looking for,
Yeah,
versus coming out and gold prospecting or whatever we called it, when we'd set up, like you say, we'd come out, set up a town, a railroad, pull everything in, start setting up little not more than a homestead, like a town. And yeah, then you got a whole bunch of people with their towns and a couple of people with their homes. Who's going to win the dedication to the land there? Like, you got a
right,
lot more people worried about the town than people worried about a couple of houses.
right. Yeah,
But
and one of the other things in Texas history I find it fascinating. If you look at a lot of the historical figures, be it Davy Crockett, uh, the Bowies, the Bowie, I guess whatever, however you want to pronounce it, right? The Houstons, the William Travis, uh, man, a lot of the people that moved to Texas and fought fought the fight for Texas independence was a rough crowd. It really was. I mean, Houston was a trauma. William Travis was totally disgraced. His wife was basically a whore, and then because of that, it kind of disgraced him. You know, she was actually pregnant from another man, and he up and left her in the middle of the night and run off to Texas. Uh, just a lot of weird stories like that. With you know what I'm saying? With a lot of these figures that are held in really high regard in Texas history, but overall as a human being up until that point, they're super questionable with character and everything. Well, just different. I don't know if I'm still okay or not here, but yeah, a little different scenario if you think about the U.S. Right? You think about the Puritans, right? You think about these godly people and stuff. You look at Texas and the people that come in and ultimately want independence. We're trying to escape instead of escaping religious persecution for being a moral people or whatever. They were rather immoral, just looking for a new start.
oh, I'm muted too. The thing is, uh, Well, so like I say, there's a lot of people, and
Oh yeah,
everybody wants to eat and have a warm place to sleep. And if you get up and are a dick or jerk all morning or all day, you still want to sleep somewhere. So you're going to have some shared interest in, having a town, even if your ambition in the town is to gamble. Somebody else's ambition is to have a garden, right? You're going to have conflicting issues somewhere, but obviously enough uh, aligned issues that the town gets built. So that's where I guess I'm saying, like, somebody might be well, I wanted to use one example, but I don't want to just keep you up all night by using that example. So somebody might want to be a good politician, we'll put it that way, but that doesn't mean that they're good people, right? They might do good work in their job, but that doesn't mean that they're good at home, vice versa. All right, we got 7 people out there, so
wow.
feel free to
Thank
throw
you.
questions at Clover to keep them awake. Clover
Yeah,
basically did some business
yeah. We
uh,
won't talk about it, but I'm running from. Yeah,
in Alabama, and he's trying to get across more than one state line to get into Texas because he has certain securities in Texas.
I got
So he's
diplomatic privilege. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he's driving across the country on a highway in the middle of the night, and he has internet, but we're keeping him
Hey,
alive by keeping him awake, and he refuses to drink coffee or use any kind of stimulants. So he insists on doing it this way. So if you want to leave a question or whatever, feel free. I sent links to some people in an email. So Bob, who doesn't look at Patreon ever, can click on that and join in if he wants. But he's old and he's from Canada, and I don't know what the laws are up there, so maybe he can't. Let's see. So we were talking a little bit before we went live about how good the event was or whatever.
right.
Um, uh, as far as the hosts of it, did you have a chance to meet with Poma or Sioma or anybody?
Spoke with a few people from Houma. Yeah, and then they were people from all three. Sorry, I'm not full through them. Um, people from all three were running golf carts and had water and drinks and some snacks and stuff like that. So, yeah, had several conversations about the event, some different things. Now, did I discuss their organizations or anything? Not so much. No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really what I'm asking. So and plus the thing is, unless everything was a horrible failure, they wouldn't have had time to just shoot the shit about their organization, right?
But yeah, but swapped business cards with a ton of people, including people in ASGW, whatever it is, COPA. So certainly follow up on that, all that later on.
How many medias you think were there?
I'm gonna guess there was probably around maybe 60 to 75 media, and we're talking the vast majority um, being like writers, like literally magazines. um, and then maybe maybe 15 to 20. Um, and I'm talking about people, but 15 to 20 dealers and distributors, right? So, and I'm talking about people. So, I mean, there may have been 15 to 20, and it may only have been 5 dealers or distributors that had 4 or 5 people each. You know what I mean?
That is interesting. It seems like a big to do for 5 or for 15, whatever, less than 100. Uh,
Oh, those definitely.
unless it's distributors. Distributors means a lot of business, but dealers, that's like a gun shop, right?
Well, I don't know how many of that. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how the breakdown is, but I
Oh,
know
okay.
that it just rough count. It was a total of about, I would say, about 80 or 85 that were not associated with exhibitors, right?
Yeah.
So, and then out of that, you know, maybe 75 at most was media, and maybe 20 at most was some type of a non-media, right? So dealer or a distributor.
Was there amazing swag and giveaways? No.
No,
Oh shit.
definitely not. There, I did pick up some stuff. Uh, Century had some more of those Tic Tac Canic patches.
Oh,
Um,
nice. Those are worth something.
yeah, so I picked up some of those, and then High Point had patches. I don't know if I've ever seen the High Point patch.
What does it look like?
But they've got two that are one is two are their logo. So one is like a black and white logo, and one's a red and black version of that. Different version, but it's red and black. Different design, I should say. Red and black. And then they got one of their carbines. They got a patch of one of their carbines.
Nice.
That's a little bitty. It's not nothing like,
Yeah, everybody's like, "Oh, we're going to do our gun. Let's make it microscopic. That way, it won't show up on a patch panel, and nobody knows what it is." Right?
right? Yeah, it's about maybe 3 inches long. And for a gun, that's nothing.
No, that's what they always do, though. I think they figure like there's some maximum dimension for a patch or some shit. So was it like, "Oh, thanks for showing up. Here's your one patch. Oh, you've already got a patch? Keep moving." Or was it like, "Oh, thanks for showing up. Here's a bag of 25 patches, and you need
Oh,
more?"
you could pretty much get whatever you wanted.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, because there wasn't, and the time you had to spend with each one of them was almost infinite, right?
Yeah.
Because I couldn't tell you the number by the time we rotated around. If somebody was there, I just walked on, and I would come back around.
Sure.
Because eventually you'd come back around and nobody was there. You could walk straight up and literally spend 20 minutes talking with them, and shoot video, and doing stuff. So it was the ratio, you know what I mean? Because there wasn't but about 30 companies.
Well, that's the thing. And, they were 30 diverse. It wasn't like 30 handgun companies or like 30 rifle scopes, right?
Oh, yeah.
So they're going to do it again, or you don't know?
By what I mean, never say never, right? But yeah, who I thought with Palmer and stuff, they seem very pleased. It seems like this would be an annual thing. Yeah.
Same place, or is it going to be a roaming one?
That I don't know. But I would guess probably because you've got a lot of folks that those companies showed up because of the location.
You rented a Tesla car, or you're driving a regular car there, one of your own cars?
It's my wife's car, I guess. Technically, it's the new car we bought about this time last year.
So you followed your wife to work, waited till she went inside, took her car to 3 states over, and she's still at work, wondering what the hell happened to her car.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to say, how much is the gas cost then?
How much is the gas cost?
Yeah.
I will get out the there and back round trip. I'll probably do a budgetary thing to figure it all out. At this point, I'm not home yet, but less than $100.
Less than $100.
Yeah.
It's an electric car?
No.
Damn. So
but I'm thinking less than $100. It's about $20 to fill up, and
$20.
Yeah.
Holy crap! Is it a motorcycle or a car?
Yeah, it's about $20, and by my estimation, I will have to fill up 5, maybe 6 times. But
crazy.
If I go 6 times, I will not have to go. You know what I'm saying? I'll have plenty of gas left over. You know what I mean?
So whenever I went to go watch the over, $100 in gas, $50 one way, $50 to fill it up to come home.
That's a big G van, though, man. Wow.
Yeah, that's the van.
This whole thing is 40 miles to the gallon.
Yeah. Well, that's the debate now. Well, I don't know. The thing is, you had to bet a hotel room, though, right? Last night?
Yeah.
So that's the dilemma. So if I
There's
drag the
bucks.
van along, I save the hotel room, and if you do that on a multiple day trip, that starts to add up. Hotel rooms aren't cheap, but yeah, the gas can kill you. Thing is, gas
I
is up
was
$3 here. Gas is was usually hangs out like all during. We don't want to say all during the Trump administration, so instead I'll say the last 4 years, gas is hung out around like $2. Sometimes
right.
it'll go like a buck something. Sometimes it's like 240 and everybody gets mad. Boom, pegged up to $3, and I don't think it's stopping.
Yeah.
It just pegged up to
It's
$3 so fast it didn't even.
the highest I have paid is about 259 on this trip, and
You're
most
driving
of it,
right through free gas country. You're driving through the best part in the country to drive,
yeah,
though.
yeah. And I think the cheapest was like 224, 220 something. Um, yeah, I filled up, and it depends on how much gas I got when I fill up too. That makes a difference. But like,
Why would you not fill it up? What are you talking about?
well, I mean, it depends on how much gas I've got in the tank when I decide to fill up. You know, do I got 100 miles left on it on the thing, or do I got 112, or do I got
Oh, yeah, I see what you're
53?
saying.
I mean, it makes a difference in what it costs to fill it up, right? So that's why I say average probably about $20. I filled the first time I filled it up yesterday morning was like $16 and something. So, but then,
Now
yeah,
I
like I
read
said,
this comment. Phantom is saying gas in Cali is $3, 3.70 a gallon. Where I work, it's something cheaper, like 3.40, 3.50. And then I asked them where because I couldn't read the freaking thing the first time, so now I get it. California. Yeah, but California, you got that like FU tax on top of it because if it's $4 here, it's $5.50 in California. So it's $3 here, 3.70 in California. That's not too bad. Up in LA, it would be like $5, I bet. Um, how much was that
yeah,
hotel?
the hotel was $72, $74,
Did they give you
$65.
something to hook up because you were going to the thing at the event, or
No, the get this, the Poma, they had a block of rooms set off in a hotel, right? That was 30 minutes further from me. So I was literally, when I put it into the Google map, right, the range, my hotel was uh, like 9 minutes from the range. And theirs was like 30 minutes away.
yeah, well, they're
Further east, right? Which means I would have had to go all the way there and then come back an hour, right? I'd lose an hour. So
Yeah, just for no reason, just to go hang out at the same hotel as
and it
them.
was more expensive. Oh, we've got a block for $85 a night. I'm like,
Yeah.
screw that.
Well, so here's the thing.
So it was probably a better, knowing a lot of those people, whatever. I'm sure it was a nicer place, right?
Yeah.
But there was no bugs in my place. And it was old and run down. It was one of those that you could tell it was a Days Inn about Winton, and it was one of those you could tell that had probably been a Holiday Inn, and been this and been that, and been painted 15 times and whatever. And it did worry me when I first pulled up, but everything worked. It was clean. Uh, other than crap just being old, right? It had all the amenities. The refrigerator worked, microwave worked, TV worked. So.
Dude, my house is a shithole. Every hotel I've ever been in is nicer than my place. So I don't know what people don't
Believe
even
me, I understand. Yeah.
But here's the thing. I got two questions. You left, like the thing ended on Monday night, and we're recording this according to the script Monday night. So this thing ended at, let's say you're going to tell us what time. Did you book right out of there, or was there an after
Yeah,
party, or what
there
happened?
was. There was. Everybody was breaking down and get the heck out of Dodge come 5 o'clock.
Oh, so it wasn't like, oh, it's ending, but meeting up at the bar at 6.
So yeah, no, everybody was split, going separate directions. Yeah, it was scattered.
And then the night before,
Well,
had to
there
be something.
was
Had to be something.
so yeah. The night before, I don't know, but right, I don't run in a lot of those circles, so I don't know. Now I know that tomorrow, some of the people, there is a place that you can drive some tanks or something somewhere around there.
That's never been done before. That's not legal.
Well, I'm just saying.
Our president told us that owning a tank isn't even legal.
Right. So anyway, there was some of them they put out an email and that some of them were going to go drive some tanks, blah 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 blah. But yeah, that costs money first of all.
Oh, lame.
So we're all going to go do this, and if you want to, you got to basically pay for it. So yeah, they've got a private. This is what I didn't understand about it. Is it's like we've got a private thing from this time to this time, and I forgot what the time frame was. It said in the email, but it was like 4 hours or something, right? Like a 4 hour block that they've got set aside for like people from Palma. But yeah, we got to pay. It's like, really?
Well, I can see setting it aside just so that, like, somebody on her birthday doesn't show up and just be annoying right in the middle of everything. But, like reserving a section of tables at a restaurant or something. But yeah, like a discount or like come hang out and the companies are paying for it or something. But
yeah, Professional Outdoor Media Association. Look at the exposure that you should be getting. Right?
Well, you're not used to. So that's one of the things. I don't know what you want to get into when we're sitting here live or whatever. But SHOT Show. Let me think now. 2005 to 2020, so 16 years ago into the media room, right? Like that media room is not people on YouTube. Even today, you see them because you know the people on YouTube, but you're seeing right through the dozens of people.
Oh, I'm not, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
But those people at those round tables that are talking, number one, at least a third of them are fucking not even English. Like they're whatever the fuck countries they're from, and they don't even have the respect to speak English in that room. So they're speaking whatever squiggly line shit they're speaking, right? So those countries, who the fuck knows? They're either military or they're hunting or they're sports or they hate us. Like we don't know because they're not speaking our language. But most of the people are fucking dog or hunting or sometimes bikes like motocross or four-wheeler stuff. Like some reason a lot of four-wheeler people show up at SHOT Show, right? And those people are like, oh yeah, this is like my vacation, or I get paid to go to Vegas or whatever. Like, what am I here for? Like, you know what I mean? Like those are the people that the booth babes existed for, because they don't know a shotgun from a revolver or a caliber from a shoulder strap, right? They're the people who think a shoulder thing goes up. And those people are there and they're using the media room and they are part of the 2,500. But I guess what I'm saying is when I've listened to some of those conversations, and one of the reasons I'm as the way I am is because I've heard too much of that. And I know how big this industry is because of these conversations. And these people are not paying to be there. Like, so I'm guessing that drive tanks thing was like, oh, publisher, like everybody's driving tanks. Can I go drive tanks? Like, yeah, we'll take care of that for you. You know what I mean? Like, put it on your expense account. Like, I'm guessing that those people showing up at Poma, because I'm not there, are, the people with their fingers in the air and like, oh, this coffee isn't the right flavor for me or whatever. And, like they're just snooty. Because some of those magazines were like, $3,000 shotgun and garden magazine, or like air travel and hunting, freaking exotic shit that people don't even know where it is type of magazine.
Right.
That those kind of magazines are like, oh, just take the Learjet to go get more creamer. Like, that kind of shit.
Right. Yeah.
Like Gun Garrett out here. Here's $10 to just keep Clover alive as he's driving recklessly through Mississippi, trying to beat the state cops before
Did
he
he?
gets
Did
to
he
Texas.
really do that?
Yeah, that's my $10 too. So don't think
Thanks,
you're.
Gary. Appreciate it, but uh, G always comes through. He saves G saves lives. So
When I can. I don't drink coffee anymore, so I did put out links to other people who are either sometimes awake at night or could
yeah,
quiz
because if you
Clover on some
remember,
topics.
God, who was everybody that jumped in on the Phoenix, man? There was a bunch of people popped in and out when we did the whole drive to Phoenix. That was brutal. At least I don't have to do that.
Are you talking
Straight
about the
shot.
rights policy?
Yeah, when I drove straight to there and then straight home.
Well, I'm
Holy
thinking
crap.
of one time I was driving from twice now. I've saved life. My life has been saved with a live chat. Driving to
Tulsa, wasn't you?
one time I was driving to Tulsa. It might actually be the time I got the whole other situation in Tulsa for being there sleepy. But anyway,
Right. Right.
driving through fucking New Mexico, which is horrible. I mean, Mississippi isn't bad because at least you can look over and you're like, oh, I'm over water. Or like, oh, I'm over swampland. Like, you know what I mean? Like every once in a while there's a tree or something. New Mexico, no such luck. It's just straight and just desert and just straight. So driving into Texas Panhandle from New Mexico was getting pretty shitty, and Pink was up, and he cut me. I think it was Pink. I'm almost positive that trip was Pink, or maybe you. No, I thought it was Pink. Or maybe a couple of people, and Pink's the one that stayed up. Because the thing is, when you're driving, often the chat back in the day too, the chat would have a bunch of people in it until everybody started falling asleep, and then
Right.
it's like, will somebody stay awake and keep me going? And then that one time driving to the castle through Pennsylvania, going east through Pennsylvania, was a shitty one. Not so much shitty, it's just that it was rainy and I wasn't getting good radio anyway. So that was a good one. I think Pink was the one again that stayed up for that one. But then, yeah, you were driving to Phoenix. I guess I forgot about that one. But I know one time you were driving from. I thought, or are you talking about one time you were driving home from Shot? I think.
No, it was Phoenix.
Oh, was that the time you were driving? I thought you were driving
Yeah.
from Shot down 10 one time.
No, I've never drove home from shot down 10. I went to Phoenix down 10. And I come back from Phoenix. Uh, I split off and went 20. Once I got into Texas, you can split.
Look at this crazy rich motherfucker out here dropping $10, and then it's just to show everybody he's got enough money to throw another $10 into the world. Dropped another
Who's doing it?
$10, and then he goes, "Ever come across such a screaming deal on something you don't really want to buy, or you don't really want that you buy it anyway?" Not so much that I didn't really want, but I'm sitting here minding my business, and then this book comes on eBay, and it's a book about the Bannerman Castle. Oh shit! Now this dude's dropping $10. Appreciate it. I made $85, right? Gun websites made $85 in 2020. So you guys just threw almost 50% of the super chats I made in all of last year in this chat right now. That's how many super chats I get.
Make sure I make it.
Anyway, Bannerman Island, right? There's a book about Bannerman Island, and I'm searching eBay, and I find this book about Bannerman Island that I hadn't seen before. So I was following it, right? And I think I might have even bid on it. And it went to 85 fucking dollars. So, and it was like a 16-page pamphlet, really. It wasn't even a book. But I wanted it because I'd never seen it before. And it was from like the 60s. So, and I had never seen it before. And it said it had pictures in it, but it was kind of a shitty eBay auction that I couldn't see the pictures. So anyway, I couldn't buy it and I didn't see the pictures. And I was like, whatever. So it bothered me. And I kept watching eBay, right? So then, I don't know, months and months later, it seemed like forever later, another one comes up, and I think I got it for like $15 or something. So I'm like, score. I got the book. It shows up, win, right? I got my book for $15. And then like 5 seconds later, another one comes up. And that's where the answer to your question, like, how the fuck can I not buy a second one when, you know what I mean? Like I seen one happen for $85. And it's a book that's so old you can't get it on Amazon or nothing either. So that happens to me. And that's happened to me with a couple of other things similar, like just under $20, where I'm like, I can't find it. I can't find it. I find one, and then I find a second one. And I'm like, damn it, I'm going to buy the second one because I'm going to either break or lose the first one anyway.
Right. Right.
But the big stuff, I don't have enough money to buy the big stuff. Have you done that? Have you come across a screaming deal on something you didn't want, but then you buy it anyway?
Oh, yeah. That's a deal. That's normally, that's pretty much how I buy guns. I make no bones about it. I buy according to the deal. I don't buy, oh, I want so and so, or oh, this is the cool, latest, greatest, newest thing. It's like I'm in a store or shopping online or whatever it might be, and it's like, wow, that's a good buy. That's a good deal. I'll take that.
Yeah, I lived life that way for a while. When I was making my YouTube monies and hanging out at the gun shop all the time, just acting like a big shot, spending YouTube money. Yeah, I just whatever. It's like, look at that. I'll take it home. But that's the way to do it. When you can do it, when you know something costs $350 and it's sitting there in a gun case for $175. What are you, an idiot? Of course you're going to buy that, right?
It's free money. I mean,
and it doesn't, like you say, I don't care if it's a 44 Magnum or a 32 short or whatever the fuck it is, because that's $200. And it's a neat, and for me, it was like, oh, I could play show and tell with that. Like, it doesn't matter if it's square or backwards or upside down. I can play show and tell with it and probably make money. There was this one gun. Holy crap. I don't even like to think about it. A pepper box 32 short that I thought was clever. How you cock it and the firing pin rotates. Yeah. Damn. Everybody's trying to play some kind of out money each other, making some kind of, yeah, I've never seen so many. Well, I've literally never seen so many super chats before, except for a girl's chat. Is there boobs? Am I missing boobs? Hold on.
Right. Like, is my camera on? What's going on? I don't even have an avatar. How do they even know it's me? That's what I'm saying.
I'm keeping all this money. This is all going.
This could be G scamming everybody. Fake Clover thing here, guys.
Oh yeah, this is robot Clover. This is AI Clover. He's sleeping. This is AI Clover running through Mississippi.
It's fun.
Shit, if I made this, I'd go. If I was making this kind of super chat money, like if this wasn't just two dudes out super chatting each other, hopefully they're gonna undo all that, because seriously, this isn't. Anyway, so if I was making that kind of super chat money, I'd get in the van and that'd be the coolest thing. Like, just like, hey, I'm stopping for gas. I need a bunch of super chats.
Right.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Anyway, yeah, I forgot what we were talking about. Holy crap, I'm flustered. That's more soup. I think we just won a 30, 40, 50, 60. Yeah, that's $60 in super chats. Holy shit, dude. That's more than I've made in the store this month. I've started out the month $40 under, because two fuckers from Europe purchase shit off the store, and I go, the fuck? Because it cost, like, they buy shit off the store because they can't read English, I guess, in Switzerland, and they go, oh, I'm going to buy this, and it's $3 shipping, because people in USA are stupid, and they're going to send me like $30 worth of shipping for $3. Like, they've never bought anything from the USA before. So I'll go refund, and then I go, please use eBay where it's free. Do they? No, they just don't buy it. So anyway, I started the month off with like under $20. So anyway, appreciate those super chats. Thanks.
Right. Only bad thing about super chat is YouTube's obscene cut.
It is a big cut, but on the other hand, I'll take it, because otherwise I wouldn't have that. What, $60? Still $40.
Yeah.
So.
And we all complain about that, but at the end of the day, it's a convenience factor, and if somebody's out there, it's convenient for them to do it. I get it. I do it. Hell, did you hear? I won Yankees friend gun of the month or whatever.
No, I was watching something, or I was in his chat, and somebody said something. He was mainly getting mad that somebody told you. I think it was Makojo. Is Makojo out here? I think Makojo told you and wasn't supposed to, and that's how I figured out that something happened. But I mean, every once in a while, if I see Yankee live, I'll go look, and he's usually complaining about something I don't care about. When he might post a video, I'll usually watch it because I like the first part where he talks about 2A stuff, and then I can not watch the part where he just talks about guns or whatever. So when I'm chatting with him live, that's the part where I actually talk to Yankee. Otherwise, I don't really pay attention to what he's doing over there. So I didn't. I mean, I know he gives away guns or something, but yeah, I didn't know. I mean, I knew that you must have got something because he was also going to go look to buy it, and then when people start talking about gun models, if it isn't something I know about, it's like Charlie Brown teacher. Wah, 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 wah. So he was saying something about what gun he's going to get for you. So I don't know if you know about that or if I just spoiled something or what, but.
No, yeah, no, I know. I've already did that before. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm going to donate it to South Texas Shooters. They're having a competition. They were looking for a firearm to raffle off during the competition. I told him, hey, why don't you just find a nice, 22 pistol that, one you could use for to use shooting sports or whatever, and we'll just donate it to them. Because I didn't feel right, honestly. They,
Yeah, I don't know how he does it. I know for a while it was for poor people. Obviously, you're not looking for the poor gun or whatever, but if it's just like the random congratulations random thing, then right on.
it's based off of apparently Super Chat, I guess, that I've seen. Also, Super Chat every now and then gets late because I don't Patreon anymore. I took his dollar and given it to somebody else, and so I'll just Super Chat every now and then. When I catch him on, I'll put a $5 Super Chat here and there. Just kind of go a little odd, but yeah, apparently it came from that. So I didn't know anything about Makojo though.
I
Or
think it was him. It was somebody I
getting
had to
upset.
remember the name.
Well, I knew whenever Yankee told, read it on air or whatever, I knew instantly because it's not just Makojo. I instantly got like 6 texts and 15 emails, 13,000
Oh, you
private
know what,
messages.
Ben? I'll bet you Makojo had texted you, and then when Yankee was saying like somebody fucking told Clover, then he probably was listening right then and said, "Oh shit, it was me. Sorry." And then he was taken. He was trying to say sorry about it, but he didn't realize 100 other people did also.
Right. So I don't know if Yankee not want me to know. I don't know. I don't understand.
I think he. I don't know what I could say. I got the impression that Yankee didn't want to. He wanted to surprise you, and somebody else had told you first or something. Trying to keep up with what the hell. I feel like here I'm gonna be Paul. I got to keep up with the social medias. So DJ says guns are a commodity. Short sales of the place. Just strike. Pawn shops are predictable that way. Yeah, I can. Now that you mention it, I don't like going into pawn shops, especially when I was been making my YouTube money. Well, I did like it actually, but now I can't go into pawn shops because I can't deal with it. Because yeah, there's a couple of like there was definitely it's out of business now, thankfully. Not well, thankfully for me, my budget, but
Right.
like they didn't know how to price stuff that I liked, so like I could definitely, if there was
So
something that came in, I could get it there at a good price because they just didn't know what Russian stuff was worth.
yeah. So you being sort of XIT, like, did you know codes to be able to tell what they gave you
Are you talking like on the
on the
ticket?
price tag? Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as I started hanging out at gun shops, I figured out that that's a thing. So
Yeah.
you can figure it out whenever you go to any gun shop for the most
Well,
part.
so like the pawn shops around here, they all run the same pawnbroker software, and so I worked on their computer systems, obviously, right? So through working on that, I figured out the what do you call it, the encryption key or code or whatever, right? The cipher, whatever you call that. be able to determine on the, because it's just gibberish that's on the price tag. So it means nothing unless you know what the letters translate to, right? And then that translates to a number, and that's the number that they paid for that item. And so I quickly found out that like every other pawn shop in the area used the same exact pawnbroker software. So I could go in and I knew exactly what they gave for it. And so I would use that to make an offer. You know.
Yeah, and often, well, it's usually they'd have, depending on the size of the shop, they can remember how long the guns have been sitting there or what, but they'll have some kind of note of when it came been sitting there, or maybe by the ink or the drawing, something about it, they can tell how long it's been sitting there. And yeah, that's the thing, knowing how much they paid and that it's been there for a while,
Well,
more than likely they're going to take any, the first offer. They might, give them a room, give them, a couple of bucks, and then you get $10 more than you wanted. But
yeah. Well, a lot of mine, I'll be honest, I got a well, came hunting together and stuff. Next thing you know, he was becoming a friend.
yeah, I think you're jumping towers or something.
Oh, I just crossed the river or bayou. I'm sorry.
Bayou.
I don't know. It's better now.
Yeah, usually when you're driving, it just has to jump or whatever.
Yeah. It's La Farouche Bayou. So, kind of French bayou. But anyway, no, good friend, he was managed a pawn shop for a while. And, man, he killed me. As back, I had the shop and I was making good money. And, yeah, he would call me when things come in. You know what I mean? He'd be like, you come by the shop, I got something for you. Okay. And so I'd run by and he kind of knew what I liked. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, I didn't have to buy
I'd
nothing.
I'd swing in and he'd throw it up on the counter and whatever it be, you know. And I'd be like, cool. And he's like, gave the guy $50 for that. Like, okay. It's like, give me 55.
Yep.
Okay. Be like a $200 pistol, or you know what I mean?
Well, no, exactly, and it's especially if it's something that they just don't fucking want. Like they don't like them because, like, not because they're not idiots. It's just that they know no one's going to ever buy it. Like the crap that I bought, nobody would want because they knew that most customers aren't going to buy it. No gun shop would want it because most customers aren't interested in it.
Right.
Or if they were interested, it was the wrong gun for that customer. The customer would get mad and hate the gun shop because they sold them a shitty gun because I was buying shitty guns. But once they knew I wanted shitty guns, when somebody brought in something shitty, exactly what you just said. Oh, okay, I'll give you $4 for that. Okay, because they just didn't want it in their house anymore. They were like, okay, give me $5 and you can have it. And then they'd give it me for $6 because they literally were like, we don't care. We were just we were just accepting it because we would have normally said no, thank you, but we knew you were going to take it, so we're not trying to make a profit as much as just move it from nowhere to your hands. And yeah, I mean, that happened a lot. Like that's why I have so many broken dumbass guns. And I was gonna say I didn't even have to buy them. Like most of the time, if it was something really dumb, like Saturday Night Specials and shit, I would buy it because I would feel bad to not buy it. But if it was something like a Smith or like a real gun, when I was collecting the Minxes, when I was collecting those little 22 short Berettas, like I wasn't super collecting them, but like something like that, they would buy it more than likely just because I might be interested. But if I wasn't going to buy it, they wouldn't care and they would just sell it. Right. They would almost just grab it because, and I wasn't the only person like that. That's the thing. Gun shops probably have at least dozens, if not 100 people that they keep track of shit like that for.
Yeah.
If they're a good gun shop.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure they do. Yeah. I got all kinds of good stuff too.
And the best part is once you got a good gun shop going, they'll have like 7 people that want this thing, or they'll have 25 people that want this thing.
Right.
And that's why it's good to go the other way, because then you can talk to a gun shop and go, do you think anybody's going to want this? And they'll be able to say, we know 25 people that are going to want that.
Right. Yep. And it's, yeah, I mean, for them, he's like, yeah, he's like, I mean, I can make $10 off you right now, this minute, or I can take it in. I can, you know, put a tag on it. I can, I got to clean it up. I got to, you know, put it in the case, put it in the rack. I got to show it to people. People are going to haggle over the price. I got, all this crap, right? He's like, or I can make $10, $20, or right now. You know what I mean?
And they know that they're
And
not.
he's
That's not
like,
doing
and he's like, so I've got my money back, plus I've got another $20, and in 10 minutes, somebody else is going to walk through the door to sell another gun.
Yeah, they don't give a shit.
You
It's
know?
not, and it's
Like,
they're going to see 6 of those guns, and you're
yeah,
only going to need 1 or 2 to be super
right,
happy, right?
right, yeah,
And you
yeah,
don't know. There might be the 4th one they've seen, and you're the 3rd one they made happy with it.
right, yeah, yeah, exactly, exactly. They understand the whole idea of turnover and everything.
The man, one time I can think of one that I didn't get. There's only a couple that I didn't get because most of the time when somebody comes into a gun shop, they're not like, I got nothing else to do except take a gun on a walk, right? They're trying to get rid of their fucking gun. So there was, the single shot Remington is. It looks weird as hell. It looks like a little axe or something. Like it's a single shot and it has the weirdest little handle. Shit, I can't. There's a point in screen sharing.
Yeah, I won't go.
Anyway, so the Remington single shot, if you did see it, you'd be like, oh, I recognize it.
Yeah,
It's not a Chicago pistol, the round one, and it's not a Derringer, but it's one of the small little guns. Anyway, there's a very small version of it that's for 22 short, and since it's a single barrel, it's smaller than the Colt 22 short single shot Derringer by a lot. It's smaller than those 22 short NAA by a lot. It's the smallest 22 short ever, really. And because it's like from the olden days and it was just, I don't know if it's a parlor gun or if it was a novelty or what it was. Anyway, somebody had this little tiny one and they brought it in, they open up their hand and you can't fucking put a gun in your palm of your hand, and it's like not much bigger than a freaking quarter and then ask me how much it's worth and then not sell it to me. Like that bothered the hell out of me. And I was like, I don't know, but I'll give you $50 for it. And they're like, nah, I want more than that. I'm like, damn. Thing is, I didn't know if it was a toy or if it was garbage or if it was good. And I wasn't trying to screw them. I just didn't have a lot of money. And I'm like, the store doesn't want it, but I'll give you $50. And it was just some dumbass. And I'm like, dude, I don't know if you got an antique or if you just got a little starter pistol, fake toy gun for all I know. But it's cool as hell looking, and I'll give you $50. I might be giving you $50 for a $4 thing, or I might be giving you $50 for a $400 thing. Neither one of us know. But he wasn't going to gamble, and I didn't get it. But I don't even know. I think I looked it up, and it was probably more like a $200 gun or something, maybe. But since I don't know if it was a fake or real, I don't know. But that one bugged me.
Right.
Anyway, that was a question from a long time ago, but we got like 7 hours for Clover to drive here. Is that your car making that noise? What the hell noise is that?
Yeah, well, that's the road.
You weren't around when Good Guy smashed into the coyote, huh?
I was what?
You weren't around when we were live back in the day when we were always doing the live lobbies and stuff. Good Guy, the guy from Arizona, would always be driving home from work, and he would join in while he was driving home from work, and he'd be like one of 6 or 8 people in the room, and he was a regular, so he was showing up, and he would drive home from work live because he had a commute, and then when he got home, he'd be off air for a little while, and then he'd jump back in and be reloading or whatever he was doing. But he would be in there again, right? So he's driving home, and then it's like, boom, boom, boom. And he says something like, I thought I saw a noise. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like,
Thought he saw a noise?
Yeah. And we're like, what? And then he's like, it was nothing. And he drives home or whatever. And then and this happens. He drives home all the time. Every once in a while, he would drive to a Walmart on his way home. And then one time when he drove to a Walmart, he's like, I'm going into the Walmart. And he was driving. Oh, he would drive around the little scooter in the Walmart with his camera. So he's driving around the scooter, and then we called the Walmart, of course. And we were like, nobody knew his name. So we were like paging just random names. We thought it was hilarious because we could hear the name being paged.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So anyway, we thought that, but we didn't know his name because he's called Good Guy. What the fuck? We don't know what his name is.
Right.
So we didn't know what name to page to make him care, and we couldn't page Good Guy, right? So anyway, we just kept paging, and we thought it was hilarious. So anyway, every once in a while, whenever he was driving home, we would pay attention in case he was going to be going to a Walmart or something. Anyway, he drives home, and he gets all the way home, and then he like goes, "Holy crap!" And there was these like legs sticking out of his grill, and you can imagine. So anyway, yeah, he hit a coyote, and like live, and then he didn't pull it out of the grill live, but
Right.
it was gross. And then he ended up just throwing it in his neighbor's garbage. All right, so they're talking about cars out there. I'm going to try to keep up, although that's going to bore me, and I don't know if it's going to keep Clover going. No, there's no way. They're way too much nerd talking about cars and stuff.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to keep up with that. That's all. What? Yeah, I prefer the 289, but a 302 is okay. The 289, but then dual plane with a 750. No, way too much.
Yeah. Man, this thing's down. Good God.
Like swamp or like petroleum factory?
It's like it's horrible.
The worst place ever that I can recall is between Abilene and Odessa, Texas,
Oh, God.
by Midland, Texas, I guess. And that was like, I literally thought the car that was in that cop car, I'm like, the cop car's broken. It's spraying gas everywhere. Like I was getting loopy from the fumes, and I envisioned that my car was just pouring gasoline like a lawn sprinkler. And I literally stopped, got out, lifted the hood up on the highway, and I'm like, all right, it's not, but what the fuck? And that smell was everywhere. For like 4 hours, you're driving, like if you huffed the gas out of a gas tank, like when you're pumping gas, that's what it was like for hours in Texas. I don't know how people live like that. Come on.
I'm sure you get used to it after a while.
You have to, because it was, oh my God, it was everywhere. Haas was asleep the whole time. But for a Marine, that's probably like normal smelling diesel fuel all the time.
Yeah, I had a really good customer that around our area there's a lot of chicken farms, right? And he literally lived next door to a chicken farm. I mean, he didn't do it. He had a fairly nice house and all that. The chicken farm moved in next door. You know what I mean? And geez, man, I go over there one day. He's like, yeah. He said, I'll just pay you. Come out here and do it. I'd never been out there. I went out there, and it's like, man, that's all I can do. You know what I mean? And he actually said something about it. He goes, yeah, I apologize. He said, you ain't used to it. So I don't even smell it anymore. But he's like, you ain't used to it. It's pretty bad. Like, I'm glad you said something because, it's pretty bad.
I've lived.
Yeah, it's gone away now. I don't know what it was. But yeah, I'm sure it's some kind of factory or something.
Well, so I was going to say up by Flagstaff, I don't know if it was running when you drove past there before, but on the Vegas side of Flagstaff, so on the west side of Flagstaff, is a dog food factory. And that's on the north side of the highway. And you know when it's running, like it's horrible. And again, those people, I guess they just deal with it because it's insane. It's the smell of like death, like propane or foul smell of solvent. Okay, I'm smelling solvent. I know what that is, but like death, I don't know what that is. That smells like, it's creeping into you. Like, I don't know. Those are particles of death in my nose. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
That stuff's
right.
gross. And then like I've driven through natural stuff before, like the swamps. I'm thinking Mississippi, Louisiana, whatever 10 is, where you drive through, like you're literally just driving on top of swamp for a while. Like
Oh
that
yeah,
stuff smelled
yeah,
pretty gross, but it was more of like I don't mind a natural gross, like rotting
yeah. That's
smell.
like a stagnated,
Yeah. Or like a gross lake or something. You'll get
yeah,
like a
like a
whiff of like
stale.
stagnant water.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
gross, but and even like I don't know, I mean I don't like feedlots or nothing. I don't think I've driven past chicken places, but I guess I haven't gotten a big whiff of a horrible chicken smell. But I've gotten plenty of whiffs of feedlots, cow feedlots. It's bad and horrible, but it's so natural that I can see where people get used to that
yeah,
because it's just fucking gross, natural
yeah,
stuff. But a chemical like a plastic factory, I think that would be the worst.
yeah, yeah. Chemical smell and chemical taste. If I eat something, and I think you got into it too. I've sent you some pipe tobacco back in the day, and you can tell the the some of the companies that cheap out with their topical flavoring stuff like that. They're more chemical than they are natural. It's rough with taste. It smells the same way.
Oh, Ozzy's saying the sulfur smell. I think I've driven past places like that when I was a kid before. Those are pretty bad, but they go away pretty quick too, if I remember right.
I don't even know how to describe what that was. It was bad.
And there's like you'll be like when you go past like a mine or something, and
I'll,
it'll smell gross or like a factory. But it's just that since it's a little pinpoint of smell, you pass it so quickly that it's not like if it broke down there, it would suck. But if you're driving
right.
right past it,
Well, that smelled for a while. So, um, yeah, I may have to Google that. Google the town like bad smell. See if it pops up. See if anybody else
now, are
complains.
you driving with enough people on the road that you could have been behind like a cattle truck or some shit?
No, there's not.
Zeus is saying, I work between a dog food factory, a chemical plant, 3M, and a crude factory for paving roads. Holy
Come on.
moly. Oh man. There's
You're
got
a
to be like,
respirator all
yeah,
day.
exactly. I've definitely dealt with the solvent, whatever you call like asphalt smell. And
Yeah,
that I've been around that enough that it's not like you get used to it, but you're just numb to it. You're dead to it.
right.
I imagine that's got to be the equivalent of tendonitis, right? When you get that weird tone where you miss a tone from shooting or something, it's probably
Right.
like that. Because there's people that work with tar on the roofs and stuff, and they're not wearing respirators or nothing. They're just dead to those smells, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure.
Glue
Yeah.
factory, yeah, that's got to be pretty horrible, I bet.
Yeah, these
Anyway,
are.
I don't know why. Unless that's keeping you awake, we could probably talk about something besides road smells.
I don't care, man. It's whatever. And if we've got folks out there, let them chat about whatever.
Yeah, well, right now there
I'm
are
thankful.
14.
I'm thankful they're out there and helping out.
I'm going to open up some stuff. You're not going to be able to look at it, but they're going to be able to help me out. I've been working on a project. Oh, let me see. Should I do this now?
Hey, did you get my order, by the way?
Did I send it out? No, I didn't send your stuff out. Yeah, I got your order. Thanks. I just didn't send it out because I figured I didn't know if you were taking like another day there and driving, but mainly I just was busy today. I've been trying to get my
No,
garden.
I wasn't rushing. I was,
But no, I didn't send yours out yet. I was just thinking about it as you said that because I got all the other orders out from the other day. And I was like, oh, wait a minute. I did not remember putting yours together. So I was like, oh, shit, did I get yours out? But then I'm like, oh, no, I kept yours out intentionally because, here's something I was going to ask you. When I went to the 2A rally in Phoenix last weekend or whenever it was, they had a table set up for the Gun Rights War, the book from Knox,
uh-huh.
and I had Chris sign it and Jeff sign it, so the two sons sign their dad's book. I was going to send you one if you want to do whatever, give away or keep, I guess. I just want to make sure if you wanted me to send it to you in case you were like, oh, for some reason I don't fucking want that book.
That'd be yeah. Yeah, I've been slowly amassing a few things. I picked up when we went to Bass Pro a couple weeks ago. We went over into Louisiana on that road trip. Uh, Picked up a few things. I added to the prize vault. That everybody else passes me up, but I'll eventually get there. Stop. Ghost blew past. Snob blew past. SARS blew past. Obnoxious as Victor do. That's okay, man.
Well, here's the thing, and I guess you weren't playing. I don't know, maybe you were, but I'm guessing you weren't playing the. I don't know what to call it, like the. Mm, I don't want to call it the long game, but anyway, last year with the election year, that's that 4 year cycle. I don't really think about monetizing YouTube at all, but when you're monetizing, last year was all the money, especially with as much money as they spent on this year's election. So, this was definitely the year when, and with the, what do you call it, everybody being like disrupted or whatever, and
Yeah, everybody being
paying
calm.
attention to thing and messing with their, what, like when they were talking, I was on Match Chat earlier, and they were talking about some new Disney movie, and he was like, "Oh, I would have taken my kids to that, right?" So, yeah, you start thinking about, that would have been, an afternoon. You're going to get the kids ready, and then get them in the car, and then go watch the movie, then go eat, then get them home, right, and then be tired, and then maybe after all that, you're going to watch a video. So if you don't take the kids on the thing, you're watching videos that whole time, right? So just tons and tons and tons of more people doing stuff, looking for stuff, finding stuff, becoming aware. You figure all the people that already knew about the internet, and then you think of all the new people that are coming around and being like, "Hey, I'm just figuring this stuff out," and I found you guys. So that are just indications of other tens of other people that found that. Plus, the other people are already there. So anyway, yeah, there's just a lot of people, or a lot of potential this last year with the election cycle and with the entertainment thing just being crazy for channels to grow up. So anyway, that's one of those things like 2013. Looking backwards, you go, oh, okay, it was obvious. Like this huge flood happened, so all these boats rose. So if you were in the mode of get ready to grow, put a bunch of stuff out there, like a bunch of pontoons, a bunch of outriggers, so you can float, so that you're nimble and you're at the top of the waves. Then, so putting out videos like, not long tail, but like what's hot, like what people are, throwing out big number videos and right metrics and all the little parameters that YouTube's looking for. Yeah, that was the time last year during the cycle or the election run up was the time to really cook. And then like today again, they were saying something in the chat about how something was broken or whatever, and I'm like thinking about it. I think if you count 2012 as the first year that everybody was finally on YouTube using the Hangouts to have discussions, and I don't count the years before, really 3 or 4 years before, that we were chatting through text all the time on YouTube, but the community of YouTube had grown before the live conversations. But ever since the live conversations, as soon as you get out of the holiday season and you get past the Mother's Day, Valentine's Day thing, and you get to this time of year, or did we get to Mother's Day yet? I guess when you get past the Valentine's Day thing, and you get to this time of year, that's when YouTube does all their stuff. Like they do everything that they're going to do. They're going to change numbers. They're going to reroute a thing. They're going to do everything different because this is like the time when they can breathe, get ready for the summer and the kids being out of school and the different stuff that happens, the activities that happen in the spring and summer, and then into fall and making money again. So it's like every year there's a conversation about how YouTube is glitching or it doesn't do this or they changed this or whatever. And kind of listen to that same inevitable conversation again.
Yeah, and the Q1 is always uh, a bad time for advertising.
for growth and for people just being busy, right?
Yeah, just ad rotation,
Although this
right?
is a weird year, so. But anyway, so I guess that is
So that
not that they necessarily all sat down and said, "Oh, let's do this."
yeah,
It's just that they being in the right place at the right time and setting down the
right.
kind of content that was apt for what do you call getting hit. Dang, another one. I think you guys have brought it up to an entire year's worth of super chat in one chat. 10, 30, 40,
Nice. Record
50,
breakers, baby.
60, 70. I mean, really fucking close.
Record breakers.
Almost, yeah.
Like shattering those records. Oh, Lord.
Let's see. So these guys insist on talking about driving. I guess because you're driving.
That's right. That's what we're talking about. That's on the road, 80 miles. Cruise control. No shoes on.
Are you in one of them cars that if you like steer off to the left or right, it'll yell at you or not even let you
I
crash?
got that turned off, but it will. Do you want to hear it?
No. So let's say that you're
Ready?
driving down the road in your robot car and you're on a
Oh,
bridge.
it's
And
off.
if you steer off to the left or the right, you're gonna perish because of the way that the bridge is over precarious like acid river. So you're on this bridge, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of little kindergarteners and their nuns are like a nuns start walking a bunch of kindergarten orphans across the street, and your robot car has to make the decision: do we kill a bunch of little orphans, or do we veer off and kill this one dude who's in this car and the robot because the robot doesn't care about itself.
Yeah.
Robots are selfless.
So this car is not that smart. So this car will help steer if you're swerving, right? Um, if that's engaged, and it will tell you when there's cars in your blind spot. Uh, it'll do a lot of different things. It will keep pace with the car in front of you. So like I'm running down the road 80-mile-an-hour cruise control. So if there's somebody in front of me that's going slower than 80 miles an hour, this car will automatically slow down and match their speed. So I'm not gonna like run up on the other. You know what I mean? Like inadvertently if I'm not paying attention. It does have those.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the
But
idea, but I'm
something.
also not as scared of the idea. But I'm pretty sure we're not going to be driving pretty
Well,
soon. It's going to
here's
be,
the here's something that's funny. So I was watching a video. I play around with my feed a lot like you do, right? And I got a video in my feed. It was like cop cop pulls over robot car or something, right? And
oh,
so
shit.
this guy had a Tesla, right? And there's this feature supposedly called "Come to Me," and he can like, so he parked the Tesla in the parking lot, and then um, he went into the store, and then he come out of the store, and he had his cell phone, and he hit the "Come to Me," and the Tesla is supposed to crank up to pull around the parking lot and pull up at the front door, basically to pick him up, right? And so something is miscalculated and screws up, and the Tesla actually pulls out onto the highway, and this guy goes around the store and runs a stop sign in the process. And it just so happens there's a cop there. And the cop, so the Tesla pulls up, pick the guy up, right? And the cop pulls in, of course, pulls in behind him, thinking that somebody's driving and it pulled over, basically. And the cop gets out with his little ticket book and all that shit, walks up. He's like, looks in, and there's nobody there. And the look on his face surprises him, man. And he's like, and the guy's standing there, right? Because it pulled up to pick him up. And he's like, he's kind of giggling, and he's like, is this your car? And he's like, yes, sir. He said, that's my new car. He said, I was just playing with the come to me feature, he called it or something. And anyway, so they got in a conversation, and the cop was all cool. He was laughing about it. And he's like, this is a dilemma. He said, because I can't give you the ticket. You weren't driving. And he's like, and I can't give the car the ticket because how do you give a robot a ticket? So,
Well, the thing is that as far as missing the stop sign, once the robot knows, according to the internet or the AI, I guess, as soon as you tell the robot car that it broke the law, then no robot car will ever be able to break the law like that again. Like it's in their brain and they will know and they've learned it and they can't, they can unlearn it, I guess, but you know what I'm saying? Like it should accomplish all robot cars learning at the same time
right.
so that you teach one and that's why they're so good. You teach one and they all learn it.
So what you're saying is, like a cop can pull it over, and it'll be like an upload into the robot car brain. Says, "Don't break this law."
Well, I mean, I don't know the actual way it'll come down, but yeah, something to that effect, I would assume. I mean, haven't actually heard that scenario.
But you see the dilemma. The dilemma's valid. It's like,
oh no, there's a shit ton of dilemmas. So let's say you don't want to be on camera. Let's say that you choose to not be on camera because you know it'll take your soul, or you're trying to surprise your wife with an anniversary present, and your presence in this area would indicate that you're aware of the anniversary, that you're trying to act like you're not, right? Or any number of other reasons that are your business to be private, right? So you decide you don't want to be on camera, yet Clover's robot car drives by and it's 19 cameras take a picture of you, incorporate that into the AI, brain, which is the Matrix or the Skynet, whatever you want to call it now. And now the Skynet knows you're standing on that corner, and what stops the information that your robot car just took about me standing on the corner so that you don't hit me, right? But now that incorporates, and now Pepsi knows, oh, that's where he is. Let's make sure he doesn't buy soda, right? Let's make sure he buys that tonic water that his doctor told him. That's the scary part. 5G takes us from, oh, he's in that quarter mile area. 5G, the 4G or whatever we have now is like, oh, Clover just went from that cell tower to that cell tower. So that means he's in that, whatever a cell tower is, 25 miles, quarter mile area. 5G.
Yeah, whatever.
5G means, oh, he's sitting in that chair at the table. Like, oh, he's dropped his cord. His phone is 7 inches lower than it was before. 5G is every phone knows where it is on the planet down to like a lot, like way more than we had before. And it's like 5G is like, oh, the criminal's right here, officer. Not like he's somewhere in between these two cell towers. It's like, no, the criminal with the phone is right here, officer. Like the criminal's in this car. The car is turned off, officer. Cars, I guess, starting in the 90s had stuff where Skynet can turn them off if it really wants to. So once they're like, oh yeah, the bad guy, they're in that car. Amber Alert is for that car. Click, click, click. That car's not driving anymore, officer. And the robots, they'll just lock the doors and drive you to the police station, right?
Right. Yeah.
You put all the guns in the back of the robot truck. You go to get in the front, and the robot truck just takes your cars to the buyback. Like what?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, speaking of that, there's a buyback.
Well, maybe it just like automatically melts them down or touches the receiver.
No, that would be the Benchmade robot car. As you put them in the trunk, crunching them. There's a buyback coming up this weekend.
Really?
History. I closed my windows before. How do I open? Holy moly! Show all history. Oh, I might be. Oh, wait. Yesterday. That's what's wrong. The day changed.
Well, some of these, that's another videos I've watched before.
Oh, couldn't hear you.
Video at a buyback. It's like some of this crap people are selling. for a
But I mean,
$50 Walmart car to make you sick.
but I
Like
haven't heard of the
grandpa's old
buyback in
shotgun
forever.
is worth $1,000.
I haven't heard of a buyback in forever, though.
Yeah.
So this
Well,
one,
you don't hear about the vast majority of them.
well, I don't know. I pay attention, I guess. So maybe you're right. I mean, if they're not paying, if they're, well, most of the time they're trying to make a big deal about it. So they're going to try to promote it themselves.
Well, locally,
Yeah. And then it's just a matter of if it
politically
gets picked up.
expedient, whether or not they politicize action.
Exactly. So you can't see, but the people that are watching, it says 10 people are watching. We'll see if they start chatting out there a little bit more. So we got this awesome picture of a buyback, and we're going to see if we can't view that image by itself. I hate this stupid browser. Is okay, but you can't view in a new window. What the hell? So I guess I have to copy that.
Like 1994 technology.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it's not Google, so I like it, but so I'm looking at a video or a picture, a still from so the buyback is in Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, on March 13th, which is in a couple of days. So it's too far for me to go. But back in the day when I was 2A, I would have totally gone to Las Cruces to watch the buyback. I've been to one buyback before, and I feel like kind of like a 2A rally. I think I could learn something by going to lots of buybacks just to experience them. Sort of like going to a lot of gun shows or something, right? So it's a drive-by buyback. The fuck is that, right? So now they're marginalizing gun drive-bys and all the people who've dealt with the trauma and life-changing, altering, horrific violence of a drive-by in there.
Sounds a little insensitive, doesn't it?
Seriously, they're marginalizing and insensitizing and desensitizing. They're horrible people. So they're calling it a drive-by buyback. And what does it say? Blah, blah, blah. Organization New Mexicans to Prevent Gun Violence with assistance from the Las Cruces Police Department will host a gun buyback event because obviously the police had sold these guns. The event will be held from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So very long 4-hour time. Saturday, March 13th at the Public Safety Complex, which government property. You're not even allowed to bring guns there, but I guess it's amnesty. Law enforcement officers will be on hand to safely accept handguns, shotguns, and rifles that are in working condition. Interesting. There's a caveat. In exchange, the caveat that they're in working condition. That's weird. Or it's unnecessary. Well, I mean, they can tell, but it's unnecessary. Because if you got a non-working gun, you can still hurt and be mean to people with it, right? They would still want that off the street, wouldn't they?
You could threaten it. I mean,
because it doesn't say we're only going to offer stuff for guns. They say we're only going to accept these guns. So that makes, anyway, it could just be poorly written news.
Right.
In exchange, New Mexicans to Prevent Gun Violence, which is a whole thing. Gun violence is a project I'll be working on because that's marginalizing us. The New Mexicans to Prevent Gun Violence, which is NMPGV, will provide will provide gift cards purchased and provided by, look at right there, that range in value from $100 to $250 depending on the firearm. So I think they say it costs about $30 to 3D print the lower of a pistol. And then you'd have to get the upper from a non-working gun, which you can buy. Well, I've been to gun shows where you can buy a sandwich bag with the guts, the slide, the barrel, the pins, the springs, the magazine, the trigger maybe, everything except the receiver mostly. Sometimes another part or two is missing for like $8, right? The crime guns that get chopped up Oftentimes they'll sell 90% of the parts for nothing because they cost them nothing to obtain, and then they make a few bucks, and then people have spare parts for cheap guns, right? So you could turn that $8 baggie of parts in a 3D printer into a working firearm, which at least they're not going to shoot a round through it, even though that probably would turn into a working gun. You wouldn't even want to return it to them. But you could whittle something out of wood with an $8 parts kit, or if you're an idiot, you could sell them a gun. Although I've bought guns for less than $100 before. So you could just buy cheap guns and sell them to it for a profit if they're that stupid to buy, the $100 gun for a $30 gun type of thing, or give you $100 for a $30 gun. The gun buyback will be a drive-through event. I guess they're not saying drive-by. Drive-through. No questions will be asked, and no identification is needed to take part in the program. So here's how perfect this is. Let's say I'm a murderer, and I murder a bunch of people with a gun because I feel like using a gun to murder people. Because I know that if they ever have a buyback in Las Cruces, New Mexico, I can drive up there, hand them the murder weapon, and drive away with no questions asked.
Yeah.
Simple.
Better than that, what if you are a serial burglar that burglarizes places and steals guns?
Well,
no questions
what if you burglarized watches and stuff that you can pawn, and you got a bunch of guns that you didn't know how to pawn? And you're like, dang, what are we going to do with these guns? Oh, I'll just give them to the cops. Suckers will take them.
Exactly. No questions asked.
I don't understand the no questions asked and no if it can. Either they're lying, which is fine, good, I guess. But it's also, that's mean to a little old lady. So let's say you're a little old lady and you don't know. And somebody still, sneaks into your house, takes your gun, does something mean with it. Well, I guess that's getting crazy. Let's just say this is bad laws. I don't need to go all crazy. Poor little old lady. We'll leave the little old lady alone. Before you go, firearms must be delivered unloaded with clips or magazines removed and carried separately. So if you have an SKS, its internal box magazine, the clip need to be separate from it. The gun should be transported with the slide or bolt retracted and in an open position. What the fuck does that mean? Slide retracted. Does that mean back?
Yeah.
I guess that means back.
Yeah. I've never heard it called retracted.
An action.
Okay.
To draw back or in. Yeah, retract. To draw back.
Action.
Yeah, so I guess it is. I'm wrong. Oh, shit. I just closed that. I have to go figure out my history again. History, Las Cruces. There we go.
Why not form and frame it in the, but
yeah, like why not reinforce those rules instead of just
why not reinforce and say the action open? Yeah.
Yeah, and then come up with this dipshit. Your firearm should be placed in the trunk or back seat of your vehicle. Do not handle the firearm at the event or while in your vehicle. When you arrive, an officer will retrieve the weapon from your vehicle.
So they had to go through your crap, basically.
Yeah, for sure. You can't even touch it. Ammunitions and explosives will not be accepted. So it's not an explosive buyback. Like, no questions asked with that. Dynamite, we're asking questions, though.
Yeah.
Since LCPD, Las Cruces Police Department, and New Mexicans to prevent gun violence, are relying on anonymity, photography or video is discouraged. So even if I did drive all the way over there, which I really want to do now, fuckers, and video the whole thing, the cops would not let me video the thing. Oh, I'm going to go grab my video of the one from Tucson. I got the worst stink eye from this cop in Tucson. There was only
they said discouraged. They didn't say you could do it.
Well, that's true. Maybe they discourage by giving you the stink.
Well, they'll hassle you. That's what that means. Right?
I don't think so. Look, here's the lady giving me the stink eye. Can I make the? You can't see, but everybody else can see her giving me the stink eye. He did not like the idea that I got sick of it after a while, and I just walked up there, and I was not having it. So I was just right in the way taking video, as if to say to them, I don't like this, and I'm taking video to record what you're doing here. And she looked at me as if to say, I got a stink eye, and I'm looking at you. Anyway, juveniles and others not permitted to carry firearms should refrain from handling a firearm. Well, you just said that nobody should handle a firearm, so even juveniles should separately not extra handle a firearm even more.
Right.
State law requires private sales of firearms to be processed through a licensed dealer who is required to conduct a federal background check on the buyer. No private transactions or sales will be permitted on the premises. Well, that's a motherfuck to everybody. So
is that so that's state law in Mexico?
So does New Mexico have universal background checks?
Apparently they do. That's what they're saying. But what if you're an FFL team?
So if you're an FFL standing there, an FFL can only do business at their premises or at a licensed gun show or at an official sanctioned gun show. So I think one of the stipulations of being an FFL is that you can't just go around on a street corner buying guns off of people. I might be wrong, but I think that's the thing. So yeah, that's annoying. I mean, you could also say like in Tucson, what they did, that video over here, if we want to look at this video later, we might. We'll see if the audience is out there interested in it or not. It was from 2013, so it was before a lot of the audience was even born. But it was done in the parking lot of this police station, which is right in the middle of like an intersection and shit. The dumbest place to make a police station. I thought they did it as like a PR police station just for like, because it's right next to a golf course and stuff, right in the middle of town. But instead, I think it's a real police station. Anyway, that's where they do the buyback. So it's like I say, a real busy intersection. This police van, like crime scene mobile command unit thingy, like a big RV, is at the corner of the parking lot, let's say. There's only one entrance into the parking lot at the opposite side from where this police van is. And that's where a bunch of people, like regular people who weren't dumb, were standing there saying, we'll buy your guns. Don't turn them in. Like, don't be stupid. We'll buy them. We'll pay you top dollar. Don't turn them in for free. We will pay you, right? They had signs that said, rational, common sense, stuff like that. And nobody was caring. Like, people could walk over there and sell their guns because in Arizona, that's legal. And these cops really didn't care. Most of them, except for Stink Eye, she cared. But everybody else was like, whatever. But bunch of some people were taking their guns over and selling them. However, a bunch of the people that were there to destroy guns were there to be like, I'm destroying my gun and I'm going to do it in front of everybody and I'm going to give it to this police officer and they're going to melt my gun. Like, that's what I'm paying the cops for. Like, they were expressing their right to do their weird ass, dumbass shit. And I'm saying, like, I saw a python. A fucking cold python. That show Walking Dead? I seen one of them get held by the trigger guard like if it was a diaper full of turd and then looked at, done the same bullshit, like who cares if it's ever been used in it, and then put their little tag on it. And I don't even want to tell you. It feels sad for what they did to it next. And there was a big pile of guns and it was part of the big pile of guns, right? And I videotaped, there's 5 minutes of it here, but nobody has said expressed any kind of interest in seeing that. So we'll move on. Anyway, yeah, it was frustrating. But in Arizona, the one time that it ever happened, and by the way, we made a state law that said it's not possible, it's not legal to do it again. After that one time it happened in 2013, they're saying in New Mexico it wouldn't have even been legal.
How is that written? Do you know?
I'll have to look, but the Citizens Defense League said basically what happened was they used state, what do they call that? The city did it, and then there's a state law now that says you can't.
Whatever.
Well, there wasn't any law that said you couldn't, so the city did it, and then as soon as the city did it, we made a state law that said you can't, and we have the deal where the state law overrides city law, so now Tucson can't do nothing about it.
Wow.
I think that's how it went down.
Texas.
Yeah. So in New Mexico, they got universal background checks, so nobody could have bought them. But you could have gone up there and said, hey, I can't buy that from you, but I can send you to this gun shop and I'll buy it off you.
Right. Couldn't you say, because you can certainly look at it, there's nothing go,
Yeah, exactly.
oh,
And you
you
could
know
have said,
what?
like, I brought a stack of business cards to my favorite gun
Yeah,
shop, and I'm going to write my name on the back and just walk over there and give it to this guy for $5,000 or $400 or whatever, right?
yeah, yeah. Oh, that what you got there? Don't take the crap they're offering. They, go over here. You can get more for it. Or
Or you could bring a blue book of gun values if you weren't an idiot, right?
oh,
And be
heck
like,
yeah.
here's what this gun is worth, and you're
Hey,
going to
let me
get a
tell you what
hundred
it's
dollars
worth.
for it.
Yeah. Before you take it over there, are you curious what it's worth?
And how
As they
awesome would
say
it
here.
be to just stand there with a blue book and go, I'm not trying to buy it, but I want you to know what you're destroying. I'm
That's
not
right.
trying to buy it, but this thing says that there was only 40 of those guns made.
Yeah.
Like,
This was built in. This was a special issue built in 1948. There was only 120 of
oh
them.
no, you wouldn't even have to do that, dude. You could
It's
stand there. Am I allowed to say this? You could stand there and go, oh, that's the kind of gun Trump hates.
right. Right.
All right.
Right.
So then state law
Come on,
requires,
man.
come on. State law requires private sales, whatever you said that one. Online solicitation of firearms or the use of the social media solicited transaction, blah, blah, blah. Anybody who uses the police department's social media to solicit a transaction may be banned from that site. You know what? I'm sure that there's a whole bunch of old people that are saying something like, the police department shouldn't have to put in their thing about social media, blah, blah, blah. In the future, it's going to say something like, fucking with the police department's AI is punishable by 4 minutes of social time removed from your community fucking
right.
exercise or whatever,
Right.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Those who need assistance can contact an officer upon arrival. So it's draconian and it's shitty. And back in the old days when I was still 2A and I had money and I could do stuff, or more like I put stuff on my credit cards and I didn't care. I would have gone to Las Cruces just to, like you say, film it, see what kind of stuff, maybe interview some people, see who else is there. Las Cruces is not, it's far, but it's not that far. And then I could use that as an excuse to go to like Red Dawn or something. But, oops, wherever, I'm going to open up this picture now, which Clover can't look at because he's driving. He's trying to elude the police in some kind of Mustang car. Let's see, view full thumbnail. This is Clover driving in his wife's green Lamborghini. And then the cops are in some sort of, I don't know what that is, a Caprice. And he's somewhere in the mountains, from what I can tell. The mountains of Louisiana.
Wow.
Louisiana, mountains of Mississippi.
Mountains of Louisiana. Like this. The Swampy Mountains.
All right, so let's see. Now I'm looking at this picture that Las Cruces News decided to post, which has no rhyme or reason because the buyback hasn't happened yet. So it just must be some random picture that they didn't. I don't think they even said why they posted it. I know it says the organization New Mexicans to Prevent Gun Violence, with assistance from the Las Cruces Police Department, will host a gun buyback on whatever. It doesn't say anything. It does. It's literally just a piece of the fucking article rewritten. So it's a bunch of guns, and we're going to look at them. So we're going to start over here at the top left, and what I'm not able to zoom over here. We've got what looks to be a dumbass 9mm AR because of the short mag or the short chamber and the weird looking mag. But Pink is jumping in. Eventually,
Is it a
maybe.
Glock mag? That's the question.
It's hard to say. It looks like a completely stock weirdo grip. It might not even, you know what it might be? Paintball. It might be paintball. It's an unusually small chamber.
Yeah.
So short chamber. It's 22, maybe? No. It's hard to say. The grip is ridiculous. It almost looks like one of those Turkish ARs because it looks kind of like an AR, but it's not. And the mag well is weird and it's got a cable lock in it. Anyway, so it's some weird AR with an obnoxiously tall rear sight. Then we have some, I think, a normal-ish looking AR, what maybe even has mag pull. Maybe not. Standard. Anytime I see an A2 grip I know it isn't real because even everyone changes from an A2 grip. Like literally no one keeps an A2 grip on there, right? So I always know there's something's up if there's an A2 grip and a stock sling put through the stock. Like it's like they took it off the box at Walmart and that's all they did. They didn't even open the box. We've got maybe a 22, but more than likely a BB gun over here with the camouflage stock. Some sort of maybe a 22 again. A 22 that's kind of held together by two different pieces of duct tape. We've got what could be a rifle, and it might even be more than a 22, but hard to determine. It says 30 something on the stock, maybe 30-30, but it wouldn't make sense to have a bolt action 30-30, so maybe
There
some
is
sort of
there is such a thing.
I know, but this looks way too much like just a Remington, I would say 308 or something. It's just some hunting, but it's more than likely some weird 226 or some shit, right? It's just some weird deer rifle.
340, the 340 model 3030 is pretty distinctive to action.
Definitely somebody who knew more about looking at the action would be able to tell. You can definitely, but I'm just saying it's some kind of bolt action. It looks kind of like a Remington 700-ish. But that's the rifles. They're all in a big pile. And of course, they don't give a shit about keeping anything nice. You can see one of the tube mags is poking out because it's not even, they probably checked to see if it was empty and never bothered to put it back in. So it's going to get all bent in a second. Yeah. We've got 4 different single shot shotguns. One of them is definitely a 410 and it's stock, like the $70 thing from the store. And then you've got.
Those are so deadly. I'm glad that you turned those.
What?
I said, those are so deadly. I'm glad you turned them in.
Well, and that's the thing. If they're getting $250 for a rifle, that's a $69, normal price, $59 on a special and $39 Christmas event type of shit. That's an inexpensive gun. And if you buy that thing off of somebody who doesn't want it anymore, it's like a $40 gun. And if they're giving you $250 for a rifle, if they're that stupid, then you're milking that organizations for their money.
So then scroll up, G.
Yeah.
Look at the sling of the 1AR. Look at the barrel that is on top of that.
Yeah.
Doesn't it look like it's smashed?
Like it's all weird and like angled funny?
Yeah.
It's digitized a little bit. So yes, it definitely looks like it's been, what's the word? Like smushed, right? What
yeah.
The hell happened? I guess I can't zoom in anymore. It looks like it's bent, but because there's so much digitizing, I would say it could be but nothing else is. This chair is straight. This is straight. So yeah, that barrel is definitely, looks like somebody stuck it in a door and bent it. You know what it looks like? A BB gun that somebody's dad fucking bent because they fucked around and got their BB gun bent. Because that's what every dad I knew would do that. If you got yelled at by a neighbor or something, bend in your BB gun barrel.
I
knew one guy's dad.
Hard, though, right?
What?
That just makes you shoot a bit hard to bullet, right?
Well,
makes
exactly.
It more dangerous.
But no, it's good. I think that one is all bent up. So we got I don't know what these things are. I can't get this thing to not quit wiggling. I'm not doing that intentionally. It keeps jumping up and down on me. But these shotguns are like, I think they sold these as something called like the trucker gun or something for a minute, and they weren't that popular, but they have like a skeletonized short stock and then a single barrel, and they're still 18-inch overall barrel, and they're still 26-inch overall gun, probably even 28, but they got this goofy looking skeletonized thing that it never really caught on. But this
like
other thing, yeah, like a thumb hole, and they're chrome. I mean, they were probably like a good idea for like a boat gun, or maybe an ATV or snowmobile or some shit.
I've got some of those. I got the parts for.
Oh, I am 100% certain you'd own something like this, right?
Are you?
It's definitely something like a grandpa would buy, or
Yeah,
like
I've got a 12, a 20, and a 410 that are kind of like.
yeah, like in 410, it would probably be good. Now, I'd probably rather have a double barrel 410, but anyway, they got two of them sitting here, so either a couple of them or somebody grabbed, a pair off of somebody. But the thing next to it, no way, shape, or that's definitely a short barrel shotgun. It's nothing incredible. It's just a shot. It's messed up because it's an old, nice shotgun, like somebody's grandpa's shotgun. But they cut the fucking thing off at like 12 inches or something, so it just looks stupid. And it still works.
Cut off at like the hand guard, basically.
Well, they cut the hand, yeah, except that then they cut the hand guard to make it really short, so it doesn't.
Holy crap! Yeah.
Well, it looks okay, it would work. I've shot shotguns that short before; they work just fine. The problem is with the normal stock on it, it looks goofy. It looks all stub nosed. Some people might like the look of it, but it's just a dumb gun, and it's obviously made by somebody's grandpa to go use in the yard because they left the stock on it. Because if they were trying to fuck around, they would have cut the stock off with the same hacksaw they cut the barrel off. The barrel took them 5 minutes to cut off. The stock would have taken 3, right? Like they left it that way because they were only trying to make it easier for the old guy to walk around with. It's like obvious, but whatever. Then there's a little 20 gauge, stupid Mossbergs, always getting in trouble with a goofy 1980s pistol grip on it. Those were cool as hell, like before real guns started being made. Then you got a Tech 22, one of the coolest guns ever. You got a Woodsman. So Clover's going to steer off. I should have warned him. You don't steer off the road.
Are you kidding me? Are you
fucking
serious?
Colt Woodsman sitting here.
Oh,
22 long rifle. And then that's not, I don't know the names of some of these others. I'll give you a warning. But next to it, Smith & Wesson J-frame. The fuck? Nice looking stainless J-frame wood grip. Probably, well, it's definitely pre-Hillary hole. I'm guessing.
It's a J-frame, and you know it's a Smith, not a knockoff.
I'm pretty certain it's a Smith. It's a shitty picture, but look, I don't know if Pink's looking at it. I'm pretty certain it's a Smith. Then it's some sort of old Colt, like an old whatever came before the 1911 and 380, fucking old Colt 1908 or something. Then it's like Saturday Night Special-ish looking old gun. This is hard to tell. It doesn't look like a Cobra. It looks like a Remington Derringer to me, but I don't want to assume. It's not. It's not. The screw's in the wrong place. So probably just some cheap Derringer. Probably a cheap gun. This one looks like a Taurus or something to me. This is a cheap gun. This is an old-ass Smith. So this is just somebody's grandma's gun, which is annoying because it's a neat little old gun, but it's not worth a heck of a lot. This is a fucking Smith, though, right? This is a Model 10. Sitting here, minding nobody's business, probably killed a Nazi.
Oh.
It's fucking a Model 10, isn't it? Or it's a Smith & Wesson M&P from the old days.
Well, it's the same. It's the same frame, essentially.
Well, but they were just a matte finish, and that's actually, now I'm looking at it, it's an old matte finish M&P. So what preceded the Model 10, from what I understand?
Right. Yeah, you
So
had the hand
Talking about the K frame.
It's a Model 10, so I don't know what those are. Ks?
Yeah, you had the hand ejector, the Victory, the M&P model.
So just a neat little piece of history gun. Might have killed Nazis. Then I'm guessing a little Smith, but that's a little Smith. I think that's a little Smith logo there. I don't know what this is, but it's old and it's probably worth a couple of bucks. All right, now we got see, it's weird. It won't let me just move a little bit. Hold on, I got to drink some water.
How are you, Pink?
On break, so.
All right, so
you
now
got me for like a couple minutes.
We're going to go to the second row. We got another little, that's the same break open Smith. So this one here is probably an FIE, but I can't tell. Just some little cheap semi. That's another Smith. That's a nicer one. That's a Rome. So I like that gun. Nobody else does.
RG.
Yeah, it's an RG or Rome. I can't tell.
One of the two, yeah.
This one is probably a cheap gun, but it could be a nice gun for somebody like Clover because it's old. This one's hard to tell, but probably a Rome or an RG. This one's cheap. This one's it's definitely a Jennings, or I mean a Raven. It is probably a Raven Type 2, so it's nothing good, but it might be amazing. You never know. This one is an old Breaktop Smith. This one looks like it could be a J frame. Wait a minute. Yeah, it could be. No. What the fuck? This thing is popping over to the left, so that definitely ain't a Smith. What the hell pops open to the left if it isn't a starter pistol? Like the cylinder doesn't pop to the normal side; it pops the other way to the left, like where a single action revolver would have a loading gate. It's weird.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell, or else it's broken. I don't know what the hell is happening with that gun. This is a Jennings, probably, or a Brico, and I need that one probably for my collection, so they shouldn't burn it. Then we've got, I'm guessing, an old Colt, but it's getting kind of crappy. This is probably a Rome. I think Sky is the only thing that makes a weird pink thing like that, so I'm guessing a Sky. Unless there's another company that makes something that size that's
semi-auto.
Yeah, but somebody could have 3D printed it, but I don't know how old this picture is either. But it's probably a Sky. Then you got, oh, I know what this is, but I don't know. It is like an FIE or something like that, some kind of starish looking South American looking pistol. Probably junk Colt again. This is an old Colt, I think. It's a Colt, but it's an old one worth something. This is a fucking Browning, I think. 25 ACP baby Browning vest pocket, I think, or a clone, but it could be a bit. It just looks too little to be a clone. The clones usually had Zamek and were bigger. This is a Lorson. This is a Saturday Night Special, probably from Spain or Italy or something, or Spain. This could be a Beretta or something. I don't know. And then junk, probably, we already talked about that one. Another Colt, fucking old Colt, 1908 or whatever that is. And then a Beretta, Minx, $500 gun, a Rome, and something in a Rome. So F you, jerks, with a table of at least, what the hell just happened? I'm guessing Clover can't see the thing. I don't know if Pink can.
$2,000 to $3,000 easy from what you listed.
I don't think 3,000, but I'm scuffed. I mean, what's a Woodsman cost? A couple of $100. If each of these pistols that are Colts and Smiths,
yeah, Woodsman's worth more.
No, you're right. Easily $3,000 or $4,000 worth of total value, and that's like conservative.
By the time you add all of the RGs.
Oh, I'm not even considering those. You throw those away, and I'm talking just the stuff that has a name brand is probably more like $2,000 actually by the time you get all together easily.
Yeah.
And the thing is, this could be, well, except for some of the duplicates that just make no sense, but you never know, because somebody who buys 2 guns for their grandsons or their granddaughters or their nieces or something, they might have 2 duplicates of something. This could be one person's gun collection easily. And imagine if this was your grandpa's gun collection and he added it to your gun collection, what you would be considered. You know, when he passes and leaves it to you, or when your grandma passes and leaves that to you.
Yep.
So this is Clover driving through the snow-covered peaks, the pine forests of Louisiana. Heading. Do I have the map up anymore? Oh, I guess I don't have the map up anymore.
Where's he driving to?
He is driving to Texas to try to avoid the state laws of Arkansas or wherever state he was in. I had the map open before, but now I don't. Oh, I can go into my history again. I only like using the Google Maps because it turns out Apple Maps suck butts. Do you want to tell us exactly where you're at, or do you want to keep it?
He hopped out, I think.
Oh, snap. So looks like the police did get him after all. He's driving on 20, and he could be anywhere between Dallas, Texas, or Tejas as they call it there, all the way to Birmingham or Birmingham, Alabama, where he started. So I think he might be somewhere around Tahula, Richmond, Woodland, Vicksburg, Jackson. Well, I guess if he ain't in here, we'll play that video that I was talking about before. That'll make it past 5 minutes.
Did you see what I posted about the auction that I went to this past weekend?
No. Where did you
People
post
were
where?
Well, I posted it in the comments. People were paying like four times the amount for certain guns. Like
I'm thinking about
there
taking a
was-
couple of my last guns up to an auction so that I get the most amount.
yeah, they were paying like $2,000 for cheap, DPMS ARs, and yeah, it was just unreal.
In like a panicky way, or like a investment way, or like I've never bought a gun before and I just don't know what worth it is, or what?
It seemed like everybody there had gotten their tax return back and were just paying any amount that the gun went for.
Well, I've
I
seen
went
that
there.
happen in normal times. Like I've seen an auction around tax return time go nuts because of, like you said, everybody's got their stupid money and they're idiots.
Yeah, there was like twice the amount of people there than normal, because I go to them all the time. And see, I know there was one dealer there because he had to spend about 20 grand in buying guns. I had went there because there was like 6 M1 Grands in the collection that they were selling, and I was trying to get a M1 Grand, but they were going for $2,000. People were paying $2,000 for an M1 Grand.
Have you thought about driving up to CMP?
I thought about it, but they don't. They won't let you buy, walk in and buy anymore. You have to do everything online now.
Well, have you ever thought about driving up there just to look around?
I've thought about it. Yeah.
What about driving down to where Clover was in Talladega? How far is that from you?
Yeah, I'd be way far. I mean, I've thought about it. I've already got that one, like 2.5 week vacation plan going all the way across, the western states. I've thought about doing the same thing going south.
Well, I feel like what we should have done, we missed an opportunity. We should have had Clover have his camera on, his like some sort of a dash cam, so that we could have got a footage of his car either running off of the road or smashing into a cliff or whatever the hell happened. Because at this point, it seems like we just spent 2 hours chatting and then missed the money shot at the end. It's possible that there's a slight chance that he'll still jump in and not have smashed. But if he comes back, we're going to ask him to run a camera so we can get that money shot. So we're going to... What the fuck happened? Oh, I was going to drive over to here and see. Oh, yeah, that's nowhere near you. I forget how big the states are up and down, or not big, they are up and down. So Zeus is saying thoughts on a board buster 308. What is all that about? I don't know what that is.
Oh, man. Yeah, ammo. They were just going nuts, paying outrageous prices on ammo and stuff. I eventually, just left. 'Cause I told my buddy, I was like, I'm not paying these inflated prices for ammo. I was like, I've got plenty at home. I can wait until it comes back down again.
Well, will we see if Clover comes back or not? I don't think he was arrived at home. More than likely hit a dead spot or
Yeah.
just got sick of talking about those guns that got destroyed.
He may not even know that he dropped it, too.
Well, from what I remember now that I'm thinking about it, I was telling him that when me and Haas were driving that section of the road, which is the last time I can remember driving that way. I've driven the other way down that road, I think, but not going west. It was a bunch of, it was basically like driving on a bridge forever. You're like driving up above the swamp, and
Right.
it would be like water, swamp, land, swamp, 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 water, land, swamp, water. You kind of keep jumping off and on, above land. And
Right.
it's sort of like a bridge. You couldn't just stop and pull over and fuck with your phone or whatever is what I'm getting at. So he might be stuck someplace where he can't pull over and fuck with his phone, basically. And he refuses to let his robot car drive for him, which seems weird. So I figure I'm going to run this video. That'll be 5 minutes, and we'll see if he comes back or not. This is the video of the buyback in Tucson from 2013.
Today is January 8th, 2013. This marks the anniversary of an atrocity that happened here in Tucson, Arizona, when a crazy person attempted to murder one of our national representatives and in the process hurt and killed some people before being stopped by others in attendance. This obviously creates much tension and emotion in our community, and not wanting to miss an opportunity to exploit that situation, one of our local representatives decided to stage an event that has been strategically termed a gun buyback. So this morning, I joined many others to witness what happened. Of course, I brought my camera to record the event. Now, this was Tucson's first gun buyback, and everything seemed to go real smoothly. There were about 20 to 50 people at a time in line to drop off firearms, and maybe a few dozen more people showed up willing to buy firearms. I counted at least a dozen reporters and people with cameras and camera crews as well. Now, someone else counted 114 uniformed officers. They also had the police department's mobile command center there, patrol officers on bicycles and motorcycles, of course, police cars. And then there were the big moving truck with the big blue bin in the back where they were going to put the firearms. The whole time, the bomb dogs were monitoring the parked cars. And while everyone was under surveillance, no one was really hassled in any way. I talked to several police officers, including the designated public relations officer. Every single one of them was very polite, cheerful, willing to answer any questions they could. I also talked to about a half a dozen friends that showed up, maybe a dozen other people I have never met before. And the feeling seemed to be mixed on the effectiveness of an event like this. I can tell you I didn't see any privately sold firearms. In my opinion, the people that showed up to drop off their firearms really had no interest in the money or the compensation of the gift card. They didn't cross the parking lot to even inquire if their firearms were of value. I know many people brought hundreds of dollars, including myself, and we'd have been willing to purchase. I personally had hoped to increase my collection of Saturday night specials today, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So I watched for about an hour as they moved the firearms from the table where they were dropping them off to the bin where they're going to be destroyed. And I wasn't surprised to see that most of them were inexpensive rifles, single shot, shotguns, the types of guns that sell a lot of times under $40 at many gun shows. The handguns were a little bit more difficult to watch during that process. For some reason, the police officers, and they couldn't explain why they needed to do it, but they were told to put them in boxes, so it was a little more difficult to see what kind of handguns were being dumped into the box there. But of the ones I did see in line, Most of them were older revolvers. I did see a 1911, and some friends told me that they talked to a gentleman who had turned in a Colt Python, easily a $700 revolver. And even though they offered him a few $100s for it, he declined, just saying he wanted to get rid of it. And I asked the officers what happened to all the guns that were turned in, and they told me that if any of them were stolen or used in a crime, they were going to be held as evidence, but all the others would just be thrown in that bin, and they were going to be destroyed this afternoon. I was told conflicting information about NFA items, firearms regulated under the 1934 National Firearms Act, like machine guns or short shotguns, and firearms with no serial numbers or illegal firearms. So I'll wait for confirmation before discussing any of those details. I'm not really sure what people who support events like these expect as a result, or who they expect to attract, but today it seems clear that most of the participants dropping off firearms were mostly older folks, and most of the firearms collected are the types least often used in crime and least affected by any potential legislation. And I did find it interesting that a large number of the people there were reporting it. More than one of the people I talked to, including a few friends, were interviewed for various written and televised news. More than once, because of where I was standing to get a good angle for this video, I found myself standing next to reporters and camera crews and inadvertently heard a few conversations. Let's just say it's no coincidence that one crew waited for both a garbage van full of rifles and a lady in a wheelchair to be in the shot behind them as their interview was filmed. But since this video is being edited while the event is still wrapping up, we can't report any results. It did seem to be a well-organized and well-run event. The police officers I talked to made it clear that the police department did not ask for this. They were simply tasked with carrying it out. So I'd like to thank the Tucson Police Department for doing a great job. It was very professional. I personally despise the exploitation of an atrocity, especially when it involves manipulating people and infringing on our rights. However, no one was forced to participate, and it seemed obvious to me that many of the people participating were happy for the opportunity. I would have much rather seen a lot of the working firearms saved from destruction, especially when groups like 4-H, Scouts, and others have excellent shooting sports and could use the equipment. And I'd be curious to know how much this event cost the city in police man-hours alone. Time will tell if that's reported. It was interesting to observe, but honestly I hope we never have to see one of these again in Tucson, or anywhere else for that matter. Thanks for watching.
And then we never had one again. Based on my
Guys and
coverage,
gals at gunwebsites.com encourage you to take
based on my coverage, they were like, "You're right. It was this dumbass thing that we ever should have never done it." So Justin was talking about that vest pocket. That is the one. So if you go over here, you type in it's one of these little tiny guns.
Oh wow.
And I'm like, dude, if it's real, it might be worth something, but if it ain't, then it's not worth nothing. I'll give you $50. Because it kind of looked like this ish. And it's like, it could look like a toy or it could be something good. Like, I really can't tell. And nobody here is going to be able to tell you because nobody gives a shit about stuff like this.
Yeah.
So, and it's definitely, it was something like these little BBs or something. So, it wouldn't have shot anything that anybody would have been able to buy at a store because it was so little. And it bugs me. I was like, as soon as he left, I was like, shit, I should have said 100 or like, how much do you want? He just like closed his hand and walked away. I'm like, dang it. I'll never know what the kid thought was a good price for that thing. If you'd have been like, nope, I want 55 for it, The thing is, it didn't look all rusty like I'd expect an old one to look kind of rusty like this. It looked too more like this one. Like, wow, why would you have one that's just like pristine and not have the box that it was in, Like
Right.
maybe this one was only from 1960 and it's meant to shoot caps and it just is a nice, Japanese version of a all metal cap gun or something. That was a question that somebody had asked way earlier. Right now, we got 7 people in here. You might wonder, what the hell is this all about? Well, this dude Clover was running from the cops, and he wanted to act like he was doing a video so that he could, when he got pulled over, he could be like, dude, I'm just filming this video for YouTube or whatever. And he knows that a whole bunch of cops, Highway Patrol in Arkansas and Mississippi watch this show or this channel. So he was hoping that by being in here, he would get a free ride, like a free pass. He could just speed as much as he wanted. Then he swerved off the road. I don't know what happened. He's a lucky charm or something. Oh, I guess now he's back. So is it working now?
Well, I don't know if I'm charging faster than I'm using power, but
I've had that. I don't know what's happening with my phone. I guess I've had my phone for a long time. Here, I'm going to mute you, Pink, because we're hearing like some
Okay, go ahead.
But Dave is saying, "Run, Clover, run." Are you driving now, or are you stopped right now?
off driving.
So I've had that happen before, and I was saying this phone's getting so old that it does that to me. I'll have it plugged in and doing something, and it'll die anyway because it's fast enough for the batteries to keep up or whatever. You're not running like the map and all that shit. You're just running this chat.
Yeah, no, all I'm running is this chat. Correct.
Which
I'm watching the battery. I'm watching the battery now to see if it drops any. I'm keeping an eye. I can always pull in a truck stop and whatever. I just don't have the right cable to plug into the charger thing on the car here. If I did, it would charge a lot faster.
I was gonna say, there's some chargers out there. If you don't have the normal charger, it will charge a lower volt rate, and you will burn up battery.
Yeah, they need to be like this.
Yeah, this one here needs like it's like a 15-watt charger. Charge properly.
What phone are you using now?
Galaxy 10 Plus.
So I started looking into whenever the whole deplatforming and everybody was worried, and I was, seemed like there was incentive for people to push audiences off of the big platforms and rush into the alternative options for communication online. So I started digging into that, right? And in the mix of all that, and one of the conclusions I came up with is I'm not buying any more phones, at least not any more name brand normal phones. I'm going off the Google as far as my phones go. So have you seen the Linux phones?
Yeah, I'm aware of it.
So basically a phone is a little computer in our pockets, right? And just like a computer, it's a case, right? It's a contraption that holds everything. It's a power supply. It's a processor, and it's got some RAMs. It's literally just a computer, just in a smaller form factor. And I don't think there's much compatibility, right? Like pretty much they're all proprietary all the time. You buy a mobile Samsung, this and that, and except for the same models, they're not, except for the batteries, maybe not too many parts are going to swap out. Well, they've had other companies that have made different solutions to a phone where they have a chassis and then a modular processor or a modular camera options or modular batteries, so that people can choose the characteristics of the properties or whatever of the pieces they want, and then like Lego build or a la carte their phone to what they want. And when you do that, just like a computer, if you want to build a gaming computer, or if you want to build a computer that is designed to, run a music or something, or you want a computer that is really like a home theater or something, like there's all these different uses, or like a car computer, right? Like the same kind of thing. You can build a phone in that same concept. And that's where these Linux phones come up with, give you everything you want out of a phone, all the different components, put it into a phone package, but then instead of running Google or Android or I guess Apple, whatever iOS is, you run Linux. same Linux that you would run on a computer or whatever. And then it's that all that you really accomplish there is that's just like a regular computer. If you run Linux, like pretty much everything works, but not everything works. And then you don't have Google like a weird, parasite. Because the thing is, like, if you use maps or if you use the text to speech, there's certain core things that a phone does or phones do that pretty much only Google or Apple do, and then every other thing just says, "Oh, well, Google's already doing it. We'll just let Google do that part for us." So what happens is your phone's pretty much just Google doing everything, and then other people telling Google to do it for them at that moment. And what happens is Google just has an infinite amount of information about us and awareness about what we're doing. So anyway, so I asked because for a while there I was really thinking my phone's dying, right? The whole battery thing and whatever, and I've got that screen burn. Like, I see my keyboard all the time because it's so old. But yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be looking to the next biggest. I think I'm gonna not necessarily go backwards, but I'm gonna get a Linux phone or something where just gonna be for a camera and the basic stuff that I use, and basic apps. But you dig in the 10? Do you run a couple of cameras or a couple of phones, don't you?
I've got two iPhone 5S. Well, actually, I've got three, but one is dedicated for my webcam at home now. Then I carry two more with me, two old iPhones.
Did you end up using them at this event?
Huh?
Did you end up needing both of them at this event?
No, I just use this one.
So I was asking you before you went if you were going to bring a cameraman, and you were like, I don't need no cameraman. So now that you went to it, could you have used a cameraman, and what would you have done if you had a cameraman?
No, I still don't think it would have helped. I was able to knock it out pretty good. I mean, I understand my phone and my microphone setups and how they work, and I was able to use those myself and or set the tripod up, bam, get the camera angle, know how it needs to be, sync the microphones, put one on somebody else if they need to talk. Camera man would have been, I'd have been trusting them to get the right camera angle and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, I had somebody that had been working with me for a period of time. You know what I mean? That might be different. But as far as
one thing, I guess,
grabbing somebody and forging them in the fire of this event, no, it wouldn't help me at all. And I hadn't seen any of the footage I took, so maybe, you know what I mean?
Well, that's the thing. I haven't really paid attention. I know back in the olden days, 9 is when we first started bringing a video camera. So in 8 or 7, I guess, probably 8 is when we started. No, it had to be earlier than that. So it had to be 7 or maybe even 6 that the other, like Mil-Spec Monkey and SMG Lee started bringing videos, and I was like, like that's a thing now. So I started bringing video cameras. Yeah, there was already TV cameras. That was already a thing. But bringing YouTube video cameras in, that was different because there wasn't
camera type things.
Well, that's the thing. They weren't, though. They were bringing in more obnoxious contraptions than you guys have ever brought. Like just giant contraptions of shit on a tripod. He'd have Mil-Spec Monkey would have like a dozen dudes eventually, like a shit ton of people, like 4 people, 5 people. And that was what I used to be I was like, I don't want to do that because he would take a booth over. He would need to because people are assholes. And you've been to SHOT. Some fucking foreigner is like, oh, what the fuck? You're sitting here talking and like obviously doing something. I'm just gonna stand here or like stand in the middle talking whatever the fuck language, or like grab something out of your fucking hand and look at it because they have no manners in other countries or whatever the fuck. So that kind of shit would happen, and it still happens, I guess. So anyway, he would close off a booth and he would do this filming because it was expensive, I imagine, to bring all these people, and you, like you say, you don't know what your film's going to look like. So I'm sure that they would film, and then because they had 12 dudes, one dude was probably just watching as they were filming the second time. You know what I mean?
Monitor,
Make sure that, right, monitoring, exactly. So that's the thing, is I knew that they had a lot of people, and at the time there was the rest of us were taking pictures, and we weren't competing with each other. In fact, everybody else didn't even know about each other. I was the one who was like, well, these guys are taking pictures of military stuff, and I don't know enough about military stuff, and I can't contribute because the people I know aren't asking me questions, so that I can't contribute over there. And then there was like sports shooting. That's not my thing, so I give a fuck. And then it was like hunting, barely care. Like, and plus there was what are they called? Gun Blast. Already had hunting stuff down. And then as far as like Ruger and Smith and Wesson and that kind of Remington and shit, Gun Blast had that stuff down. I didn't need to worry about it. And at the time, Gun Blast was, you pay us to go look at our website, period. And then you got to see pictures of SHOT Show and stuff. And everybody else was like, I wonder what SHOT Show is going to show us in September. Right? So you went and watched whatever Gun Blast was doing. So, like, there's no point in taking more pictures of whatever Gun Blast was doing because they were already the ones taking pictures, right? And people were paying for those pictures, right? So, holy crap. So I've right here, I just bypassed last year's entire, what do you call this thing? I don't even know what it's called.
Are people still dropping chats?
Super chat. Yeah, exactly. I just got a $50 super chat from some crazy dude. Saw you were live and missed a chance to throw you cash. So last year I only made $80. The whole channel made $80 in super chats. And that's on both channels. Only $80 in super chats from YouTube. And we've already
you say somebody super chatted $50.
Yeah, Savage Sharpshooter, $50.
Really?
Very much appreciated. That is like half of my cable bill, dude. Appreciate it.
Well, speaking Savage Sharpshooter, thanks for that, of course. But yeah, I looked at the I don't know if since he's got the name. Yeah, I shot the Savage Impulse today. I guess is it still today? No, yesterday now. Man, that straight line action or whatever, straight bolt, pretty freaking awesome. No, I'll spoiler alert on this. It's 3 o'clock in the morning right here, so less than half MOA at 100 yards. Crazy. Anyway, go ahead, G.
Well, now I feel bad because now he dropped $50 in here. I was getting to the point where I was going to eventually doze off. Clover would fall asleep and wreck, and I would have felt bad. But now I felt kind of obligated. Maybe I should make some coffee now and keep Clover alive.
I would have died in a fiery crash.
There was no incentive for me to stay awake, but now I feel like there's some incentive for me to stay awake and keep Clover alive while we're chatting live here. I don't know where we were at. I think I was bitching about something or complaining about something.
Yeah, you were. You were talking about Gun Blast and how there's
that's right.
Need for everybody else to take pictures.
Yeah, so I was just watching around everybody else. Well, I was paying attention to who was taking pictures, I guess, just to see what we could do. Because I was taking pictures of AK. I knew what we were doing. Like, nobody was taking pictures of AKs. Nobody gave a shit about AKs. And there were so many AKs. Holy crap, was there AKs. And I was the only, well, number one, nobody was taking pictures in 2005, like I say, of AKs or anything like that. So I was the only media for them. Boom. Number one, thank you for taking pictures. Number two, who are you? Thank you for taking pictures. Number three, thank you for taking pictures. It was great. And I was the only one doing it. So they had like one person to remember who took the pictures, right? And I was distributing the pictures just wherever I could. I just put them on the internet and said, here. And I didn't charge or nothing. And I didn't put them only on one stupid ass sucky forum that was a bunch of mean people being jerks. So anyway, I knew my place, but I was still trying to figure out what the places were, right? If there was more places to do stuff or whatever, just looking around. Anyway, that's when I started figuring out that Monkey and the other guy started bringing video cameras. And the thing is, in 2007 and 6, what were you going to do with a video camera except put it on TV, right? Well, they were putting it on their own websites, but then linking to places like behind a paywall. Or it wasn't for those guys, it wasn't about making money. It was just about if somebody who was like really working needed to know what a mount looked like. SMG Lee is a dude who would go. He was like the military infrastructure is people that purchase and people that supply and move, and then people that use and break and then give feedback, and then people buy different, and then industry is involved, right? And this was all just happening. This is kind of not the beginning of the internet, but this is while they're getting their sea legs on the internet, right? So this stuff was all developing, and the way that it developed was guys overseas or whoever, anywhere, could go online to these forums and say, hey, can you give me a better picture of that rail, or take that thing apart for me? And then SMG Lee is the godfather of all of this shit. He could go to like somebody and go, hey, XYZ needs to see this disassembled, and they would fucking disassemble it for him, right? And that was a big deal, because if somebody else just said, hey, disassemble this, they'd be like, get the fuck lost, because we're not going to show our competition what the insides of our guts look like. But if our people who use this for real need to know what it looks like inside, we're going to show them. And that was their conduit, right? So when these guys who were offering that service to the world, through these channels, started to go to video, I was like, what's all that about? And then YouTube happened, and like, well, if we could get a video camera and put the shit on YouTube, we're going to put out stuff that no one's going to see on the regular cable TV until the end of the year. So we went to Circuit City and put a video camera on an HD video camera, which I don't know what an HD video camera in 2009 would have been. But we put one of them on a credit card, and then went to SHOT Show, and then took a bunch of video, and then came home and returned the video camera. And then has files that were too big for us to do anything with, because our computers handled the videos. But we had high def videos from SHOT Show, and we didn't know anything. We couldn't do nothing much with them. But there was nobody was giving a shit either. It was like, it would take us an hour, like a day, let's say, to upload one video, but nobody cared because nobody was really watching videos yet. People were really giving a shit about the pictures and stuff.
How did you get all that stored?
Hundreds of freaking files. Yeah, it was a ton. It was it wasn't hard drives, was it? Yeah, it was. We were dumbasses, dude. We would bring external hard drives to plug into the wall with laptops. We were also, I wasn't a big fan of zips, but we were also, in those days, we were still like up to our elbows building computers and running stuff. I don't know if I've ever showed you the pictures of us dragging our computer rooms to SHOT in the old days. It was pretty, it would be like somebody who just figured out guns or something, bringing all this stuff in their range bag to the range for no reason, right? Except us bringing computer stuff just in case we might need to redo Cat 5 lines in the room. Let's bring all the tools to do that, just because it was fun to bring all that shit or whatever. Anyway, what I'm getting at is that while we were still first doing it, we were also looking around, and that's when I started to see that these other guys were making like big to-dos about their shit. Like, oh, we're gonna block off the thing, and we got like 8 people, and I got me and Joe, right? And Joe's he's just doing it because he's doing it. I'm not paying him or nothing. And when I'm not paying him, he don't give a shit, right? He's not eager to do nothing. So I didn't ever have the idea of like a crew until, it became like money. YouTube was money, and everybody else was getting paid to be there. And I'm like, well, it costs me money to be here. Everybody else is making a lot of money to be here. Let's rethink this, right? So that's when I started to pay more attention to having a crew. And for me, the people that I brought up wanted way too much money compared to how much I could make. So it never worked for me. But if you've got different situations and stuff, a crew makes it possible for these guys. People are making like millions of dollars a year on YouTube. And you don't do that by just working out of your garage or your basement occasionally when you got time free, right? You do that by making it a business and having multiple people take care of shit. And that's where SHOT Show can be crazy, or any event can be crazy, when you've got somebody walking up and saying, here's the deal, and breaking it down to whoever is on their side looking for that person. And then boom, they intercept, and now the deal is made. Once there's like a deal made, now it's like, go do your thing. And then the person who sets it up figures out the best place to do the video. The person who starts to script starts to figure out which items to, you know what I mean? And depending how big your crew is, you get a level of production that's insane, and it's effective. And, you know, that original handshake paid for it all. And that's where, you know, that's the one extreme. Us going there and doing our thing by ourselves is the other extreme. That's where I was just wondering. I guess the question was, if you had somebody, you know, like, imagine, I don't know. On the other hand, like, I don't know, for you, like, I would imagine like Ghost or somebody who you know enough. And but if you had a Ghost who didn't have his own channel, just a friend of yours that was aware of what's going on.
We definitely paired off in years past at shows, Ghost and I, right?
Yeah,
it
but
does
that's not
have
the
to be
same,
things
because he's got
long.
his own
He's
thing
got-
going, and he's like completely his own thing. Like if you had a go, like I got Joe, who doesn't give a shit, and you know he's just there, he's helping out, but he also doesn't care. Like if you had somebody that was just, you know, like, oh, can you run over there and redo this B film, and they could, and they would know what you're talking about, and then come back with B film of that. Or like, hey, can you run over there and make sure that they're going to pay us $250 for that? And that wasn't a mistake. And then it's like, oh no, that was a mistake. It's going to be $450. Like, right on. You know, that kind of, I can't imagine what kind of help you'd have, or what kind of stuff could be done with that. But I don't, like I say, this, when you're describing it, 80 people, 80 vendors at this event, or 80 exhibitors, I guess, better way to say it, because
No,
you're
30.
selling anything, right?
30.
80 people showed up.
Huh?
It was 80 people showed up then to
Yeah, that was, yeah.
so that's
Media
almost
distributors, and what did I say? Dealers was roughly 8.
but very few dealers, right? But still, that's 3 people per tent, period, right? Right?
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it wasn't like anybody's ever sitting by their tent like, oh, it's been 15 minutes since anybody walked. Like you can go to SHOT Show and it'll be like, oh man, it's been half a day since anybody's walked over here, like because I'm in a weird corner. Or because,
There were some people that were sitting there for quite some time because some of those people moved in herds. You know what I mean?
oh, okay. Well, that's the thing.
And
No,
then,
that's why I
and
was
then
trying
so
to
there would be gaps. So I tried to catch the gaps, and there was sometimes 15 minutes. I was the only person there, so I had free reign to have a good conversation. I had free reign to make sure I get my tripod set up and do my thing with whatever whatever I wanted to do my thing with. All of that. So yeah.
So was there anybody else there you knew?
Beth Alcazar, Dick Jones.
Was she there as media, or is she there as some other role?
She was there as media, but I don't know what the hell she was doing, to be honest with you. Dan Zimmerman, and the only encounter I had with him is he walked up into a booth and just like said, "Hey, when are y'all gonna be sending out some T&E samples on this stuff?" And they said, "Oh, with the market right now, we're having trouble just keeping orders filled and all of that stuff." And he kind of scuffed and turned around and walked off.
Who's Dan Zimmerman?
That's a good question. He's got like a podcast, I want to say, or something. He speaks at fucking GRPC. He tells 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm cursing like a sailor. Anyway,
Well, the name
he spoke
sounded
at
familiar.
AmCon maybe like 2019 or something. I don't know. Anyway,
He's a podcaster or something.
I think so. Just do DuckDuckGo on Android.
I'm looking.
Yeah.
The name sounded familiar, but I couldn't place it.
Yeah, you'll see the picture. You'll know what I'm talking about. Wears a not a cowboy hat, but I mean it's a cowboy hat, but it's like some Australian version or whatever. Cowboy hat like a hunter wears or something.
But anyway, so that was another YouTuber, though.
No, not him. No, I don't think he YouTubes. I think he's audio.
Oh, okay.
Kind of like Mark, what's his name? That aren't American Radio or whatever.
He's regular radio, isn't he?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe so.
Yeah, I'm still. I don't. The
I
problem
get
is I don't
everything off.
listen- Yeah, I get
everything
everything off too.
stuff.
I don't listen
Right.
enough to the regular radio, so I don't keep them separate. But
The
anyway, no
only
YouTubers.
As far as YouTubers, the only YouTubers I know that were there were the Gould brothers. And I never seen them. I seen their truck, but I never seen them. So,
Oh, I figured they were constantly like trick shooting, like you'd hear.
well, there was no shotgun stuff there. None.
Oh, really?
So that's what was interesting. You had the shotgun trick shooters, and there was absolutely no shotgun there. So, like, okay.
So, it was around different places. Is there any chance you missed any of it, or did you not get a chance to see any of it?
No, I definitely seen all of it because I traveled the entire, even the upper shotgun thing. I went and got pictures and stuff of all of that because I wanted to archive what the range looked like. You know what I mean?
Well, no, that was my other question then. So did you have a chance to go just snoop around and go behind the scenes? A lot of times when they're busy with an event, nobody's paying attention. You can just go wherever you want.
Oh, they welcomed us to do that. Like all the gates were open and everything. Yeah.
Damn it. Then I definitely would have gone because if I would have gone, I would have only been going so that I could snoop around the range and look at how cool the range is.
Now, I mean, obviously, with you can't like get in the way. The range is hot, weird. You know what I mean? But if you're like off on your own exploring, like over on Shotgun, nobody was over there. Nothing was going on, right? So you could have done whatever you wanted to do, basically. There.
So now I'm looking at the YouTube, or I'm looking at the internet. You can't look at this because you'll crash. But I'm looking at the first. We got the, what is this called? Like a map of the whole fucking place. So there's this clubhouse, which we'll take a look at, and there's the main range, and then like looking down from the sky, you'd get the trap stuff and the sporting clays over to the left, or I guess the east, and then these are rifle ranges, I guess. Over what's the hell is way over to the right? They say range 5, something way over to the east.
That is the action.
Oh, action pistol. So that's just a shit ton of little pistol ranges over there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you got
like
to
for
drive up
that.
and
Well, they're like for steel challenge or like run and gun for like 3-gun, not 3-gun, but like IPSC or whatever, you know.
yeah, wherever they need to have like 10 bays for an event or whatever. That's normal. So, or at least that's getting to be normal. So you're saying you got to drive over by the sporting clays, by the trap stuff, went all up and down range 1, and then also saw that action stuff, drove all around?
Yes, Glock and all of them were.
Here's
Forrest
why
and all
you did
those,
it wrong.
they were down in the action. So yeah.
Here's why you did it wrong. You didn't bring a dash cam again, didn't you? Not bring one.
No, I did not bring a dash cam and drive it.
Well, you're doing it wrong. So you need to get a dash cam. This is, I don't know how many trips you've taken. Now, here's the thing. You were going to go to the DC rally and you didn't have a dash cam for that and you didn't. And then you didn't have a dash cam to go to Phoenix. And then you didn't have a dash cam to go to Vegas twice now, right?
Right.
So it's not anybody else's fault that Clover doesn't have a dash cam. But if you would have had a dash cam, which costs like $100.
You know what? You know what? They're throwing you all the super chats, not me.
Hell fucking yes. This is how you work the internet. You mansplain how everybody else is doing it wrong and profit. So
Right.
$100. But no, if you would have had a dash cam, that would have been a sweet dash cam drive around in that.
Yeah, I know, G. If I'd had all the super chats you've got tonight, yeah, I could have had a dash cam.
And what else? And what else? A drone. So let's see some more of these super chats so that Clover can be pissed off that I did have a drone for a little while. I bought a drone off
I did too.
Obnoxious, but then I had to sell it.
I got a drone, but it's been crashed so many times it don't work so well.
Man, that little, oh, you're talking about the one from Tulsa?
Yeah.
Yeah, I bought a littler one. Clover bought like what, $120 one. I bought like $80 one.
Yeah, I bought one of the regular size ones or whatever.
But
oh, it was pimp. I rigged me out. One of the first things I did was yank that camera off of it because the camera sucked, and rigged me up a mount where I could put my GoPro on it. Right.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, except for like they need some kind of shock absorber or some shit, right? Was it all wiggly?
Well, I mean,
or
it
is
did
the
okay
GoPro?
because the
GoPro
GoPros
knows
have
how to cancel that, huh?
well, GoPros have pretty good stabilization because they're
Yeah,
action
they're meant
cameras.
to be on a bicycle and shit. Yeah, with
Yeah.
the helmet. Yeah. So yeah, that would.
It wasn't bad, but
Well, the thing is, I got a $50, $80 one or something, and the camera was bad, but it was a camera at least, and it was like you put the little SD card in it, and then you flew it around. You took the SD card out. It wasn't fancy, but it allowed me to learn how to fly, and that's the main thing. Is because I've always ever flown a remote controlled airplane, and I can't fly them good because they cost too much money. So I only ever got behind the wheel of a glider, and then like my own little cheap ass plane till I crashed it 5 seconds later. So I never even had a chance to fly a motherfucker till I got to play with that toy one. And like literally as soon as I figured it out, I was like, oh, okay. And I was able to like fly it in the house, understanding which way the things went, hit something, broke it to where like the engine broke and it just won't fly. So I'm like, dang it. And then I got that good one. And well, I never even put it I got the batteries charged in Illinois, and my goal was to fly it. The reason I'm even bringing it up is my goal was every time I went to a range or something, right? Park out front, get one of them, you know how they do, get a backward shot basically of flying away from it, and then you can zoom that either way, forwards or backwards. And then you got that like really cool like visualization of what the place looks like from above. And years ago you could do that without being illegal, and now I think you'd have to have something. I still have my permit for that drone even though I sold it, or whatever, the license or something. But anyway, that would have been really cool for something like this where you've got the event going on and all that. Now on the other hand, you don't have to rebuild the mousetrap. I got hiccups. Was there somebody there already droning? I would imagine.
No, there was nobody there with the drone, to my knowledge. No. Hey, hang on just a second. I'll be back in just a minute.
A lot of times he'll pop wheelies. That'll attract attention of the highway patrol, so he's probably bribing the highway patrol right now. Notice he's got the door open. So at this point, he's probably going pretty fast down the highway with the door open. This is his wife's car, so if she's listening, he's in trouble. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, let's get Clover's camera on here. So I didn't anticipate this, so I'm staying up. That's why everybody's super chatting, because I'm the one doing the real work here, staying up, sitting here, talking to some dude who's driving across Texas or Alabama or Louisiana or whatever state's over there. I don't think that many people keep track of the states that are east of Texas. We know they exist. They're always squawking about stuff and yelling, getting in fights with each other, but nobody keeps track of where they are or what the boundaries are. He's driving through that land. Let's see if we can go back through some of these then. Regular as in terrestrial radio. I think I was saying regular as in radio instead of podcast. Has anybody ever listened to a scanning? Scanning is important. Scanning CB radio or a scanner when you're driving cross country. I don't think I could count how many times I've driven cross country back in the day. I used to really like it, so I would do that as a hobby or a vacation, I guess. So I was a big fan of bringing a scanner with me, and the scanner can pick up a lot of signal, but most stuff is in the same band. Police are in the same band. Race tracks are in the same band. Airports are in the same band. Cell phones are in the same band. All that kind of
Well,
stuff.
back in the 70s and 80s, everybody had a CB in their car. I mean, you pretty much had to.
Well, that's the thing. So having a scanning CB was the shit. So it would scan from channel whatever, 2, I guess, 4. They started at 2, I think, 2 to 40. And that was the best. Because, yeah, you could just drive around with that thing scanning and you'd pick up whatever was going on. Like, you never missed nothing. It was awesome. And if something was lame, you just keep hitting scan again or whatever the button was. It bumped it into scan mode again. And you just squelch it to where it wasn't picking up garbage. I don't know what's going on. Everybody's super chatting. I do appreciate it. Last year, I was telling everybody you only did $87, I think, in super chats all of last year. We definitely blew that away. It's got to be like over $100 worth of super chats at this point. $120, $30 even. Tell Clover. What happened? Tell Clover if he does a live chat during a time that I'm up, I'll throw some super chats to get a dash cam. Right on. Appreciate that, dude. So I was just giving Clover shit about not having a dash cam, and my dash cam, it turns out, is tweaked. I thought I had a snot or something on the front of it, and because I was looking at the last thing I tried to do, I don't know, going up to Phoenix or something, and took the film or the video off of it, and it looked like there was a smear on it, and it didn't look like it was on the windshield, so, because I cleaned the windshield enough that it wouldn't, stay there, it wouldn't be persistent. So I was looking at the front of the thing, and it looked like there was a snot on there. So I think I just used my finger or something. I wasn't really thinking, and I went to wipe the snot off, and it didn't just come off. So I licked my finger or my shirt, I can't remember, and then went to wipe it off, and I could tell that there was something, like there was a difference in texture or whatever. Like there was something. It wasn't just a smear of, it had some dimension to it. So I went to pick at it, and it basically wasn't so much a smear as like a tear in the surface film or some shit. So I basically tore a piece of the fucking surface film off or some shit. So I don't know. It must be like a plastic lens with some sort of a film on it that keeps it from, I don't know what happened. But anyway, now it's...
So it might be like the screen protector or something like that you get for...
like the screen that protects from scratches. I thought at first it would be that, but it's way too thin. It's more like, I'm thinking like they just use an inexpensive plastic with maybe like a film or like some sort of a surface stuff, and then sitting in the thing is, this is the light or the lens that's been sitting in my windshield in my car in Arizona for who knows how long, for a couple of years now. So I'm thinking that maybe it just sort of started to fall apart. But anyway, whenever I did that, it's not fraying or whatever. It just it almost smushed. Like it just I removed the material, and it's not peeling, I guess. It's just not there anymore. Anyway, it's now bigger than it was before, and it's like more of a... Before it was like maybe somebody smeared Vaseline on the lens. Now it's like into cataracts or something. Now it's turning into a cloudy spot. Oh, looks like he's back from doing whatever he did to that highway patrol person. So we've been running for 3 hours.
I'm back.
And this is the 4th or 5th time that Clover stopped for ice cream. I guess some people, that's how they keep driving. Keep awake.
Yeah. Gotta keep those sugar level up or something, right?
Back in the olden days, I used to have like a pile of candy bars and stuff for when I was driving.
Yeah.
I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I think that's probably the worst you can possibly do when you're driving, is eat a bunch of sugar. You just get like a sugar high and crash. Sugar high and crash.
Right. No, I haven't. I haven't done that. I've ate food, but I haven't really had ate candy bars. So. Gonna see if
So you don't normally drink coffee. Are you drinking coffee for a situation like this?
no, I don't. No, I don't. No. Just no.
Well, when I say no coffee, what about like an energy drink or like caffeine? Are like you using a chemical to stay awake?
No. Caffeine, yeah. I mean, I'm doing. I've got Cokes, which is caffeine.
Well, that's what I mean. So that's. But you normally drink Coke, or you don't drink Coke anymore?
I don't drink. Yes, I do, but I don't drink at a certain time in the day. I typically will switch from. I won't have caffeinated drinks.
Okay, so it's
That's a
not
certain
like
time of the
you're
day.
basically just tweaking the time of day that you drink the caffeine. So you're still getting an effect from it.
Yeah, I just haven't. I haven't quit drinking caffeine. You know what I mean? Today. So, that's all. Oh yeah. I'm good, man. Yeah.
So
I'm nowhere near. I'm nowhere near as bad off as that last freaking time. Nowhere near. So let me do this and this. See if we.
DJ is asking if you drink the Dr. Pepper.
So drink the Dr. Pepper. What are we? Oh no, I haven't drank a Dr. Pepper. No. Coke.
Do you though ever drink Dr. Pepper?
Not anymore. Typically only drink Coke now. Trying to see if this thing's gonna stay running. Yeah, I jumped out to pee and I was gonna try to fix this charger real quick.
You got the kind of charger that actually inserts in there, or do you got the kind that just magnet rubs up against?
It's the kind that inserts in there and it's all jacked up so it don't about half freaking work right most of the time. I'm actually trying to charge on a battery pack at this particular juncture, which is not optimal, but you know what? It'll just have to maybe work.
Here's a pro tip. Do you have one of those magnesium fire starters?
No.
If you take one of those magnesium fire starters and you take a piece of knife or file or some sort of metal that's stronger than the magnesium part, and if you scrape a bunch of magnesium filings into the USB hole, and then when you jam your charger in there, it'll be a lot tighter.
Yeah, that'll work.
That'll work once.
Yeah, it'll work once. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. No, I do not doubt you, G.
Do you get the Type C?
Yeah, it's a Type C. Yeah.
Oh, you got a Type C. I don't feel bad for you people with your Type Cs. Isn't that the type that you can flip around either way? Doesn't even matter.
Yeah.
Not when it's jacked up like mine, you can't.
Here's the problem I have. Why don't you people go make it like a triangle or square or something? Why you got to make it look almost like mine? So every time I buy $1 one, it's the wrong kind.
One thing I had to do, like a lot of mine were Type B before, or the other type, and I would always damage the little charge port thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I've always had a cable hook to it. Well,
Right.
it started doing it with this Note 9. So I went on Amazon and bought these little inserts that you stick in the phone itself. And the cord is it's magnetized and connects with a magnet to the.
I've seen them. Does that work good?
Yeah, and they work great.
Oh, I've thought about that, and I never fucking pulled the trigger on. How much are they?
Oh, they're pretty cheap. I think I picked them up like $10 for a pack of them.
Oh, now I feel like a dumbass for not getting them because you buy a
So
whole
it
bunch
goes
of
in
them.
your
and all
phone,
your-
and then it's got a magnet.
It's just like if you stuck a neodymium magnet on your USB port, kind of, except that your cord just has another neodymium magnet, right? And you just touch them together, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay.
And then
But
you just
here's
leave
the-
that thing plugged in your phone all the time, right?
Well,
Yeah,
so
I
here's
just leave
the
it in my
thing.
phone. And
So
I've got a cord at home, cord in my car, and everything. It's just every one of them connects to the phone.
so mine's kind of screwy. I wonder if I could like hot glue it in onto the phone somehow where it wouldn't wiggle.
Oh yeah, I'm
Like
sure.
get it in just the right place, and then maybe dab a little hot glue on there so it doesn't move.
Yeah, there's got
So
to be.
that's my problem now. Is like the charge port. Like you got to get the cable just right.
Like fucking nail polish or some shit. There's probably something you could put on there just to hold it, like you're saying, just in the right spot or what.
Well, see,
Right.
that's why I bought those things, because it would like I had the same problem, and when I put those in, especially when I've got a case on it, it holds that
Yeah.
little connector in the port. So yeah, it's. I mean, I would have already bought a new phone by now, but I've had this phone an extra couple years.
Well, so far, after I got this thing back up and running and got back online, it was at 3% and it never charged any more than that. But at least it was running. Now I've been on this chat for just a few minutes and it's already to 4%. So it's gaining battery now and I'm still able to chat. So it's doing better. That's what I'm saying.
I wonder if it cares if you're moving. Like if you're moving and it's searching, is that more power or more use or something?
I don't think so. No. I think the biggest thing is brightness and then other apps that are open. And I turned the brightness down on it. My
Do you have your
Bluetooth's turned off.
GPS on?
Bluetooth's turned off. No, Bluetooth, all that's turned off. Everything's turned off.
What about locate, like the GPS location?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm looking through this stuff here. Blue light filter, do not disturb. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything. I don't see anything running. Except for this. So, I think we're good. We're smoking right now. Recharge just a minute or two here. Now that I've got the phone going.
So you went inside of the Talladega building, the clubhouse?
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we had to go in there and do it. We had to fill out a waiver to get our badge. We had to fill out a waiver, and we had to watch. Before we filled it out, we had to watch a 12-minute safety video.
Was the and that's like for anybody that goes there or for the specific event?
It's for anybody that goes there. I'm pretty sure.
That would make sense.
You
And
have to
then
have one of those on file. Yeah.
then is the CMP like store there or is
Yeah.
it somewhere
Yeah.
else?
No, it's there. I went in there and walked around. I got all kind of Garans.
So they did have it open, even though the store was closed. They had it open for you.
Apparently, they opened so media could. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you could see it, and it was
Yeah.
just a shit ton of grands and racks, right?
Yeah, it's just CMP. So like, yeah, that kind of
They
stuff.
just let you take as many as you wanted home. That's why it's taking you so long because it's
Oh
all.
yeah, absolutely, dude. Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, what they don't know,
They're like,
right?
you can take as many as long as you got to promise you'll do a video about each one you take. You're like, all right, I'm gonna have to go get a U-Haul.
Well, yeah, they don't care how many you take, as long as they don't know about it. Yeah, I walked through there and all, but it's like okay, it's cool, but yeah, I walked all over the clubhouse. It's a beautiful place, man. They spared no expense for sure. The all automatic scoring. The automatic scoring is bad to the bone, man.
They're like, all right, fire, bang, 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 bang. And then they do all the automatic scoring. And it's like, Biden won.
Right. Right. It's funny. But yeah, you can dial the little monitor you've got on your bench. You can look at all different kind of things, man. You can look at your string, and you can go back through history, and uh, you can do it by MOA, and you can do it by meal, and pretty neat. I talked to one of the RSOs there. As they were kind of shutting down, me and him got to talking. I was asking him about the scoring system, and he was kind of explaining to me how all of it worked. It's pretty dang complicated, you know what I mean? For to be out on a range like that, just it's a pretty complex thing.
You see my screen?
Yeah, kind of. It's like really small, but yeah. What is it?
It's that like video thing where they're showing us the target. Was that thing there? Or is that different?
Oh, I'm not seeing the right screen then, or something.
Yeah, I'm
Maybe
showing like some sort of a long range rifle with
looks
I don't know if it's a video or if it's like a just a representation of the target.
I don't know if I'm locked up or what, but all I see is I see a map.
Oh, a map? Yeah, then you're just froze from before, maybe. Everybody else is seeing the target thing, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, I'm seeing it.
I would probably have to jump out and jump back in though.
Anyway,
That said, I'm up to 7% battery now, so this sucker's charged 4%. It's the time since I said hang on, so I feel pretty good now. Okay, fix the problem. Actually, got a cable worth of damn. Ugh. It's choking down this pipe, then should be able to finish the leg home. I'm not too far from the state line. I'm almost back to Texas.
You're almost at Texas already?
Oh yeah. I'm probably less than 10 miles,
Oh shit.
but I whipped in here because I had to go to the bathroom real quick. And while I was in the truck stop there, I bought a $12 cable that apparently is working. So that's good.
Now, are you allowed to drive past a Buc-ee's or are you obligated to stop at each one?
Well, yeah, as the Texas ambassador, yeah, I'm obligated to stop at this point, I think. But hashtag that was not my Buc-ee's. So, bunch of rude Alabama people. It's a disgrace. So if anybody out there is listening and they drive through Alabama, that is not a real Buc-ee's. That's a fake Buc-ee's. It's got to be. So come on to Texas and you'll get the real Buc-ee's. Just saying. It was actually little. I mean, they had a lot of gas pumps, like all the other Buc-ee's I've been to, but that might actually be the smallest building as far as the Buc-ee's that I've ever seen. So maybe that's why they're cranky. Maybe they're all cramped in there, so it makes them cranky. Maybe if they'd have made them a bigger building, they'd be happier.
Because they're just saying it's kind of pleasant to get us kind of a pleasant surprise to get up like this and actually find a live stream going. So now he knows what it's like for everybody else when they wake up on Sunday and Gizzard's already gone.
Right. That's pretty cool. That he's already up. Good Lord. So he's on my time, I think. I think he's on
I would
Central.
imagine like anytime the sky glows or like anytime there's a bright light or like a bunch of people
Right.
like
Sudden
you know,
flash, he's like, whoa.
he's gonna startle awake and assume something's melting down, right?
Right. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Imagine
Well, all of
like,
the
every time you
radiation
hear about
particles.
Godzilla, you're like, did we cause? Oh, this is just the movie.
Right. Well, I figure he could sense the radiation particles or something at this point. He'd be like
That's
uber
probably-
sensitive to them.
Yeah.
So it would wake him up before it actually melted down. Once the isotopes get to a certain level, he can sense them like miles and miles away. I think that's what happens after you work at a nuclear reactor so long. That's what I'd read that on the internet somewhere anyway. Must be true.
Oh, you said back pain. So it's sort of like when you get your, like, oh my, what they would say, like, oh my whatever, my something's acting up. Must be starting to rain.
Right? Must be starting to melt down. Uh-uh.
I'm
Done
finding
with
all
that.
these pictures of like same thing as before. Whenever it was being made, like
Yeah.
there's pictures of like the forest where they scraped out all the ground where they're gonna make the ranges.
Yeah.
But every time I go to click on them, they're from 2014, and they end up showing me this one is. But most of them like the modern, the most up to date blog post instead of the one from back then.
Right. All right.
But this says this is from 2014, and it says the $20 million state of the art shooting range is to open March of 2015. They're going to move 60,000 cubic yards of dirt to create the state of the art shooting facility on 500 acres. Assholes. So we got 26 pictures of it being created here. Let's see. Sciatica, that might be the thing. Sometimes you wake up and you just can't get comfy again, so you say heck with it and get out of bed. I don't know. I get like I've had a situation where you're like maybe what you're talking about, like your like body isn't rested yet, but you're also done laying there, and you're like, dang it, there's nothing you're going to be able to do. But usually, if your mind's awake, like you got to default to doing something so your mind's entertained. Otherwise, you're just going to sit there going nuts, right? They definitely put a lot of effort into that place. They just keep saying the same freaking boilerplate. I'm wondering. I don't know. Clover's muted, so I don't know if he's hearing me. I'll have to repeat it. But where they got the land, like why they came up with that land, there must be some story to it. It's not.
How the hell am I muted? My charger pulled out? Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. Maybe you're doing something or whatever. But did they tell you like why they picked that place, or if there's any significance to the land?
No. Uh-uh. No, they didn't say.
I'm just scrolling through, I guess, 27 pictures of the construction of it, but they use the same text blurb on every single picture, and it's just
Yeah.
boilerplate. So while it's interesting to see the pictures, they're not really, explaining much.
Yeah, but that doesn't surprise me.
But it's definitely a massive scale, just massive, and like definitely a lot of effort.
$20 million facility, and it's you know like a $3 website.
And that was $20 million in 2015 money when that meant something. Not like our grandchildren's money, where that's probably like enough to buy bread.
Right. Okay, what's going on here?
Get curious what time it is. So you flip over and look at the alarm and think to yourself, yeah, I may as well get up. I don't know. I've been listening to a bunch of podcasts from this SEAL guy, and it's I should say interviews. It's a podcast, but he's interviewing people. And one of the first questions he asks them is, "What's your morning routine?" And a lot of times, if it's somebody who's into being fit, he'll ask them what kind of food they're, how they eat, and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And it's either from these or from something else that happened before that, because from some other stuff. But anyway, I got the idea about sleeping more and not thinking of sleep as lack of time to do stuff, like, ineffective use of time, but sleep as reparative time for the machine. And I figure since now that I'm old, I need to pay more attention to that. I've been attempting to sleep like longer. I don't know how the hell to sleep 8 hours. I don't think I mean, every once in a while I'll sleep 8 hours, but like, there's no way I could do that every day. I would definitely be laying there for 2 hours if I tried to sleep 8 hours. I would just be laying there every week. So I'm not at that point where I want to stay in bed, except I'm trying to stay in bed, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No, totally.
Now, I'm not working 410s, so that would be a whole different thing. Coming home after working 10 hours, trying to get something you can crash in, and then doing it all again, I think I'd definitely have no problem sleeping.
Right. Yeah. Get on the road. Hopefully.
Listening to this last interview, or one of the last ones I listened to, was a guy describing his time working at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
Oh, wow.
We've had the Army has had someone attending the tomb since 24/7, 365 since 1946.
Right.
And I never, I mean, I guess maybe if I've heard somebody talk about it, but recently, it's still in my head or whatever. But they go for 37 minutes. They go for 30 minutes, and then there's a 7-minute change of guard. They go for 30 minutes at a time, and then they run for, I forgot what he said, something like 4 days. So they run 12-hour or 24-hour shifts. 24-hour shifts for 4 days, and then there's 4 days off or something like that for 4 years. And it's like, holy crap. And it's like 37 minutes of walking, and then there's like however many people on a crew, and there's enough that there's always somebody there, but you only go for 30 minutes, 37 minutes, and then you rest for a while, and then you prep, and then you're like on call, and then you go back up. But 24 hours a day, and you walk up there for 37 minutes, respecting the shit out of everything that means, and then prep to do it again for a long time. There's only been 400 people that have even done it. Or less than 400. But yeah, really interesting. Like talking about the shed and like the little shed that they've got there. He's like, yeah, you need to do this thing because you've got to hold the gun with gloves on. So every once in a while, you got to make the gloves sticky enough to hold the gun, and then check. There's a mirror in there so that they can make sure that they look right.
Uh-huh. There's some YouTube videos pretty interesting where people are doing crap, they're not supposed to. They get a little ornery.
Oh no, yeah, their job is to protect. So they'll do a certain amount of stuff themselves, but then there's also a quick reaction force that's there that
Yeah.
will take care of everything that they're not going to mess up their uniform doing. But yeah, but they can. He said basically it's mostly you just yell because it's usually drunk people or somebody trying to prove a point. You yell at them and they quit it.
Well, there was one, he actually like chambered around. Like,
Yeah,
well, they
mad
said-
respect to him.
There was, I think he said in the 70s that one of them, that somebody attempted to hold one of them prisoner to kidnap one of the guards, and that guard butt stroked the guy, and then the quick reaction team came and took him home.
wow.
It's like a protest, of the war. Because they're saying 8 hours or longer in bed and I'll be back. Will be killing me. Definitely, I've got you there.
Yeah, there. I know there was a time that they were allowed to take time off because of a hurricane going through or something like that, and they wouldn't even take time off. They, guarded right through the hurricane, right through the 70-mile-an-hour winds and everything.
Oh wow. So they allowed them to, they didn't do it.
Right.
Right.
Wow. That's awesome. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So there's still people out there watching.
There's 11 people.
Man.
Well, at this point, the odds are getting better and better that you're not going to live through this. That we're going
Yeah.
to fall asleep, that you're going to fall asleep, and it'll end in a, fiery wreck. And that'll be, of course, good rating.
That's true.
But you did get some footage of driving around the track or around the range. What the heck is this?
No, it,
What in
Get
the
that.
hell? What?
no, I didn't put it driving around the range.
Oh, I thought, well, you said you drove around and took pictures. I guess you didn't take any video of driving around then?
No, I didn't take any video while I was driving around.
Oh, okay. Oh, your wife's out there.
Good.
Sounds like you might make it home before I leave for work.
Oh,
I think he's saying he's like 3 hours away ish.
I'm less than 2, man.
Less than 2. We've pleaded with him to stay under 100 miles an hour. We said, this isn't your vehicle. Seriously, it's reckless and it's dangerous to the other people on the road. And he's been like, I'm getting home. We got some footage from one of the pursuit vehicles the Highway Patrol was uploading of him popping a wheelie.
In the front wheel drive, that takes skill, man. So I am officially in Texas.
Oh, you're driving? So now you're in Texas? I thought you were sitting at the side of the road smoking a pipe still.
No.
Well, then you shouldn't be.
No, I am officially. The phone is actually charging.
Okay. So now he's in Texas.
Yeah, just cross the
So we have saved him through 2 entire states. So everybody who's out there right now should feel like they saved a human's life through 2 entire states of this country.
Right.
And
I apparently paid you to do it. So.
oh, I got paid handsomely. Let's just say I made more money tonight than I made in 2020 on that from Clover Tac.
Right.
from an entire year, one of the craziest years on record, where people spent unprecedented amount of time on online subscription services. I made $85. I made more than that tonight. So
Well, you need to
your
be-
wife says that
people's lives need to be in danger more often.
you need to start driving all around. I don't care how much it costs you in gas. Your wife said he's on cruise control at 106 at some point. So
No, I was, man. I screwed up the cruise control, and this thing was like running away with me, man. It was like, "Ah!" And I'm like, what's going on? And it was like 87 miles an hour. It got up to like 96 miles an hour, and I'm like, I couldn't figure it out. And I looked down, and I had accidentally set the cruise for 105 miles per hour. How is that even legally possible? How is that legally allowed for you? How can they even legally allow for your vehicle to do that? You shouldn't
doesn't
even be able to-
Montana
Yeah.
probably, I think, has no speed limit or had no speed limit for a while.
Oh, really? It's like,
And you people in Texas have an 88 or an 85. I think that's the highest in the country posted.
I think 85 is the highest around here. Yeah.
It's like between San Antonio and Midland or something. I'm still trying to
Yeah,
figure
West
out what's
Texas.
going on. You can't see the screen, but I'm going to leave this up here for everybody else. But I'm looking at pictures of the Talladega place, and they got the goofiest situation happening where some lady's holding like it's a Ruger 1022, but it's in like a weird thumb hole type of weird biathlon stock thing, and she's holding the stock like on her sternum, looking through both eyes, maybe down. I don't even think there might be a rear sight on it, and I don't know what she's doing. And then some guy's holding a timer, so she's somehow shooting from the center of her body, but it plates. Just the weirdest picture.
It doesn't even look like it's the gun's resting up against her at all.
Like maybe she's holding it at like an inch in front of her chin. Yeah, like it's
Yeah.
just weird. Unless it's like she's about to transition from one shoulder to the other and it just caught her, in still frame weird. It's just the dumbest weird picture. It's like that one that the Second Amendment Foundation keeps putting out there with some guy teacupping a Jennings or whatever. Right in the screen. Looks horrible.
Right.
But seriously, it looks like you said you were within a couple of hours of home, so I don't know when she's leaving or what, but you guys got a little bit better idea of when you're going to be getting there, it looks like. You don't have to worry about traffic or anything. Yeah, it's the middle of the night, huh? There's no traffic or anything. Because it's 4 o'clock for you right now?
Correct.
Yeah, you're just an hour over. But it's not like there's a whole bunch of like lumber traffic at 4 a.m. or some shit.
Oh,
Whenever I was driving into that town where all the lead from World War II came out of, or all the lead from World War I, I guess, came out of, the Pitcher, Oklahoma, I was coming down south into Pitcher, Oklahoma from wherever the hell Kansas is above there. And I was kind of farting around because I wanted to take pictures and it wasn't light yet. It was still dark a little bit. The sun hadn't come up yet. And I stopped to get a picture at the border when you come into from Kansas into Oklahoma. It's like a little tiny street. So the sign that said "Welcome to Oklahoma," I guess, was kind of small because it wasn't a big major highway or nothing. So I stopped and I took the picture, and I figured because it's like sunrise in the morning, and Thursday or whatever it was, I just figured I'd just stop right here in the center of the road, take my picture because it would look cool to have the van in the middle of the road. And then it's like boom, 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 all these trucks with like lead or whatever the hell's in the back of them. And yeah, I got there just as they must have started, and it was like, if you don't cross the road fast, you're not getting across the road because there was just a ton of trucks coming. So I thought maybe it was something like that.
They, I don't know if it's a Texas thing or a county thing. I don't know, honestly. No, but I know for like log trucks, there's a like dusk to dawn type, on dust or whatever. Laws.
Well, we know you can't take Coors through there or something. Edge is out there.
Who is?
Edge,
Oh, really?
San Antonio.
Catching all kind of people.
So at this point, we have at least 3 Texans out there.
That actually counts for like 6, doesn't it? Like, don't we get like 2 because everything in Texas is bigger?
So I was asking Matt about it. I don't know what you know about it. What do you know about spaceport or space base or whatever it's called, Texas, where dude's going to make his space base or whatever it's called?
They get what?
Guy Elon Musk.
Oh, yeah.
He's making a town in Texas where it's going to be a spaceport or space base or something. I keep calling it the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Have you heard about that?
It's down there around that somewhere.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. And I thought, oh, it's going to be in Texas, period. I didn't think about it. And then I'm saying something like blah, 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 Brownsville, Texas. So I was asking Matt. He's like, oh, yeah. I forgot to mention, but dude's building a spaceport across the street or whatever. So, yeah, like the town he lives in is where they're launching all these space things. I'd be like, never enough space flights. I'd be changing the name of my channel.
Right. Yeah.
But I'm seriously thinking about it. If they keep being weird, Texas is looking better and better.
Yeah, I mean, they got rid of the people that ran the power grid into the ground, seems like. So that doesn't mean that the people they get to replace now are going to do what they need to do to make sure that doesn't happen again. But thankfully, the events that created that are few and far between. So I think we're pretty safe to say we got probably a few years to try to get the grid figured out and worked on. It's not like Texas shouldn't have the funds to do it.
Didn't you stop the mask mandate thing?
Yes, he did. Yeah. Well,
so all them people that came from California are going to be like, hey, what's happened? And then all you people are going to take your masks off and go, and all them people from California are going to get the fuck back to California really fast, or New Mexico or somewhere.
Right.
So give it out to your advantage.
Well, I mean, there still is, private businesses can do what they want, of course.
Dude, the best thing ever is when it goes the private man or whatever it is, the mandate doesn't mean you can't. It just means you can't tell other people that they have to.
Right. No, that's all it is. People don't understand that. It's like, you want to wear a mask, and the governor even said that on multiple occasions. It's like, look, basically, we're all grown-ups. We're all responsible people.
Or if you want to say, like, you can't come into my hairdresser, or you can't come into my restaurant unless you blah, blah, blah. Well, then, right, you can still do that. There's just not the whole state doesn't have to.
Yeah. That's kind of like, I didn't buy a pair of Skechers shoes that I wanted 2 weeks ago because we waltzed into the Skechers store over there in Louisiana, and we're walking around for like 15 minutes. The little girl says, hey, when we come in and everything else. I'm walking around, and I'm like, oh, man, that's a sweet pair of sneakers, man. I want to get those, because we were just road tripping and spending money anyway, whatever. Yeah, that'd be all right. And, yeah, then this other chick comes out from back. She's like, wear a mask or whatever. Look, you just lost some money.
How was it going to Alabama?
How was it what?
As far as all that crap. Is it?
The vast majority of people everywhere I stopped were wearing masks. So Mississippi doesn't have a mandate.
Did you say the
Mississippi
majority were not?
were.
Oh,
Majority were. Mississippi dropped their mandate too. Same
but
time
you're
Texas.
not really doing nothing except stopping for gas and eating ice cream in Mississippi.
Well, yeah, that's true. Ain't nothing else to do.
Or you don't want us talking about how many times you stop for ice cream.
Yeah, well, that's true. And in Alabama, what was crazy is the email they sent out for the event said, hey, you got to wear a mask if you're indoors. It's advised that you can wear it out on the range.
Oh, okay.
Blah blah blah. Talking about that park, right? Um, so I've got a bandana here, and I've just been like tying the bandana around my face, right? Like, for the most part, if I felt, I didn't want to put up with any crap. But when I went to that, I thought, well, I'll get my neck gaiter because I have a custom neck gaiter that's got the Clover on it. And I put it on this morning or yesterday morning now, I guess. And anyway, I walk in the door and there ain't a soul in there wearing a mask. I don't think anybody at the entire event was wearing a mask.
Nice.
So it said it, like I said, in the email. It had it on the doors and everything else. But I guess they figured, hell, it's a closed event. Let them do what they want to do,
I went to growing a garden or whatever, and I fucked up and didn't grow my tomatoes fast enough, so I'm not getting any tomatoes. And that's the only thing I really care about. So I decided to cheat and go to a store and just buy some tomatoes that are already growing. So I went into a place, went into the stupid big box depot store, right? Stupid mass and all that crap. And then go into a local mom and pop, like been here forever. And I already called the mom and pop to find out how much tomatoes cost. You know how much it costs to buy a tomato plant? You ever bought one? It was like $4.
Oh, around here, I can get them. I can get them around here.
For how much?
They grow them around here.
Well, yeah, exactly. But if you went to the store like a sucker and bought one, like a chump, you're going to pay $4.50 out here for a freaking tomato plant, which is a fucking seed and some time, right?
Yeah, I said $6, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, the fuck? I'm not going to pay $4 for a tomato plant. Like, what the hell kind of daddy rich bucks or whatever the fuck pays $4 for a seed, some water, and some dirt and some time? Like, I'm not paying $4 for that. So then I went over to the big box home store, and yeah, they're all like $4 or $5 there. So I'm like, damn it. Like back in the olden days, they just give you like, oh, you want a tomato? Good for you. Here's a tomato. Like nobody ever charged you anything for tomato plants, I don't think. I think they gave you $1 if you took tomato plants back in my day. So I was like, what the fuck? So I bought one at the big box store because I found one for $3, and I thought, okay, great, I made $1, right? So I bought one for $3, and then I went over to the little one, anyway, because I'm like, still need to cheat, and I still need to get tomatoes, right? So, but I'm not going to pay the home store $4 when I could pay a local place $4. So I get done at the big box, wear your fucking mask and shut up and obey store, and I go over to the home store, and I walk in wearing my muzzle like a sucker. I look around, nobody's wearing their fucking muzzles. And I'm like, I'm going to gladly pay fucking $4 for a fucking tomato plant in this place. Because they didn't give a fuck, right? They live outside. The place is mostly like a barn, right? Like there's these big, I'm sure it's like an orchard or any place in the world. Like you open up the 1-2 big doors, and then there's some stuff you can buy, and then it's a nursery. So it's like 99% outside anyway, right? I hope we're allowed to say that kind of shit online. I think we're allowed to say stuff like that still. We're trying to keep a man alive, so give us some discretion here. Have you seen all the automatic YouTube censoring that's been going on?
Oh yeah, the live chat.
Yeah, it's crazy.
That's a new pilot that we're working on, and it's flawed deal.
I figured out it's a misspelling thing. It pulls your shit down when you misspell. Like, what kind of messed up spell check Nazi is that?
There's all kinds of weird stuff it does. It is crazy. I've had conversations back and forth with YouTube about it. But yeah, it's basically a beta test. They're working out kinks, playing with it, tweaking things, whatever. So that's why it's weird. Because I kind of threw a fit on them. I'm like, why is it filtering redneck? I said, I call myself a redneck. I am a redneck. I said, everybody in my whole county is a redneck. It's like, come on, man. And they're like, well, somebody could use that disparagingly. And I'm like, is it filtering the N word? Because for some reason, I don't think it's even filtering the N word, right? But yet, because I've seen some stuff in your chat, and I say your chat, I've seen some stuff in uh, back in Daily Gun Show, and I've seen some stuff in whose chat was that? Walt's chat the other day with the N word, and it certainly wasn't filtering that crap out. And I'm like, so you'll filter the redneck, but you won't filter the N word. Okay.
Oh, you're talking about when trolls. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, oh, you're talking about when that weird ass troll came in that night?
Correct.
Yeah, all right, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that was annoying. And I don't think I even need to turn that on as a off word, right? Like that's just a YouTube word that they don't say, I thought.
Right.
I don't know. Obviously, if it's a thing where you got to put it in that list wherever it is now of words that you don't allow on your channel or whatever, like I must not have it in there.
So,
But I
Well,
can't
what's
see.
surprising is that YouTube let him put that as a name.
Well, no, he was. Oh, was that his name? Is that why we were seeing it? Because I was like, I haven't seen it.
I mean, it was part of his name.
Oh, that's why.
wow.
Well, then what they do for that kind of crap is use like a Russian character Z looks like our, character X or something, so they can use a character that looks to our eyes correct, but it's really to the stupid computer just the wrong language or the wrong kind of character in the wrong, weird place. Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
So I am officially off of the interstates. So,
Like you ran off the road, like you're not
Yeah.
even able to stay going straight line anymore.
well, it's Texas.
You don't need to. In Texas, there's like no fences, right? Like I feel like going south, so move it, buddy.
Yeah. Just go. Yeah. Not roads. We're going real deep.
When you scroll past
Because cell
everything.
service is gonna be spotty and crappy. All the rest.
Oh, okay. Because you lost the big highway or whatever. How far is it now then? An hour?
Yeah. I mean, hour. Yeah.
So
Probably.
the main thing is that you saved having to go to a hotel and like waste evening of your life sitting in a
60
hotel
or
in
70
Alabama,
bucks at least. Yeah.
and then have to drive in the morning with everybody in traffic, probably, right?
Yeah. Have to deal with daily traffic, right? Which I
And then
haven't had
have
deal
to
with
schedule it so
traffic
that
tonight.
and then have to schedule it so you didn't hit any of the cities during their rush hour. So you could drive up to a city and their rush hour, you have to wait all day.
And I mean, I know that I keep harping on this, that it's saving my life. But let's look at the greatest benefit tonight is the super chat.
I don't know if you broke up or I didn't hear it.
Sure it will.
I'm not sure if you're getting quiet or not saying anything. Edge is saying to hit up the Waffle House. They don't have any in San Antonio. I don't know if we might be losing him. Like you said, his signal's going to get poor. Well, it didn't take anywhere near as long to get across. whatever, Alabama. Why can't I think of what state is right there?
We've also been online for 4 hours too, so
Well, I guess that's true. But he's in Texas already, so an hour maybe of this he's been in Texas.
Yeah, I can't tell. Why.
Well, we heard you catch back a little bit there.
Looking at a cell phone.
So obviously Louisiana has much better cell service than Texas.
Texas has the windmill run Wi-Fi service.
Texas one end to the other equals 14 hours. I don't know. It takes forever to go across Texas. That's for damn sure. I think we lost him. I'm going to guess that he's still hearing us, perhaps, because of he's still connected. Because usually it'll drop you out when you're not, creating a signal back and forth. Yep, there he goes. So we'll stick around for a little bit, but we'll assume that at this point he doesn't sound like he was too tired, and he'll probably make it home okay. I'll probably kill this chat just so I don't know. There's probably no need to keep it going when it say anything fundamental or nothing, or mainly just try and keep him awake while he was driving through the middle of the night, right? So they didn't have to worry about being bored or being bored mostly. So with that, I don't know. Are you still at work, Pink?
Yeah, I'll be here for a little while longer.
All right. Well, I'll stick around for a bit. But I'm guessing he's either not going to be able to connect or not going to bother to connect because he knows he's in the home stretch or what. I'm trying to get an idea of, I think he started here. Why's my nose clogging up? If he started here and he got to here in 4 hours. Well, the thing is, he's been on a highway, and he won't be on a highway now. I think I've only ever driven on 30 or 20 in East Texas, and 10. I've never driven in between all of there. To see how hilly it is. You ever been down by Nacogdoches and all that?
Nope. Texas is one state I haven't been to.
Oh, at all?
Now, I was going to a couple years ago when the NRA was in Dallas. And then the trip got, had to cancel it.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure. I had texted him earlier to see what's up, because I thought maybe he'd want to go live during the event. I texted him this morning basically to see if he was going to go live during the event or if he wanted me to run a chat so that he could jump into it, type of thing. And then I guess I could look something like 4 hours ago or whatever it was. After Matt's chat, we were all both BSing in Matt's after chat, and he's like, "Hey, you want to go live?" And he had already been on the road for a bit, I guess, for a couple of hours, I'm guessing, based on my ability to decipher how far he's been driving. And then, yeah, we've been live for 4 hours here, keeping him awake and solving things, mansplaining, answering questions, and whatnot. And now it'll end, and then he'll get home and post videos about the place he went, I guess. And Pink will go home and work, do his thing. And if it's 3 in the morning, I'll go to bed and then wake up really late, I guess. Summers in high school. Omaha to Houston. All right. Well, we just hit the 4 hour mark, almost on the dot. So I guess with that, I'll end it. We'll leave the room open in case Clover comes back in, but it won't be live for y'all. But anybody that was on Patreon can grab a link. And to the rest of everybody else, thanks for joining in. You saved a life this morning, evening. So everybody else is sleeping, being selfish, and just refreshing their own bodies and dreaming or whatever. And instead of doing something selfish like that, you were saving Clover's life. So Clover was basically constantly at risk of falling asleep. Oh, here he's jumping back in.
Maybe.
Is this Clover or is this the ambulance driver who found his phone?
EMS service.
So I was just telling a bunch of people that, most of the people, there's something like 360 million selfish people in this country that are just sleeping right now. And then 9 or so people that are watching right now saved Clover's life.
I know somebody's life's on the line. They got nerve to go to sleep.
So
yeah, there's only one.
We didn't know if Clover was alive or dead. We've just spent the last 15 minutes worried about a friend of ours, and here's Gizzard. Hey everybody, we've got stuff that we're giving away, free things, subs. Desperate need of the subs. What were you saying?
No, I was just saying, once I get off the interstate there, right? So there's only one major corridor that I get back on. So signal sucks because I'm on like back roads, right? So like Bob's Road.
Yeah, so I've got my internet thingy, and I wonder if it would even do me any good, because if your phone isn't working, my internet thingy probably wouldn't work either. So you just don't have cell towers out there, or they're just like only on the top of the hills or something?
Well, there's not any. I mean, they're sparse, like certain carriers do or something.
Oh, okay. But I thought there's a bunch of people there with money. You'd think that they pay for service.
Yeah, there ain't a bunch of money in a rural area where there's not but one house every quarter mile. You know what I mean?
Well, I was just telling Pink, I never really driven around in there, so I don't know. I got the impression, I don't know. There's like horse properties, there's like, estates, there's like, I don't know what to call them. But, I've been to places where there's few people, but it's $1 million homes, few people. So, of course, they're going to have good infrastructure.
Right. Yeah. No, this is all poor town through here, man.
Like I was driving one time in in 2011, in 2001, I drove back east to do some stuff, and then I was fishing. And was it in 2001? Shit. At one point, I was driving through Tennessee. I can't remember which trip it was now. And I was fishing on that trip. Not to eat, but just to catch and release, just to say I fished in a bunch of different states, right? And I was looking for some lake. I was driving, and I was like, I'm done driving. It's time to fish, or it's time to stop, right? And I was driving, and I seen some lake, so I drove over there, and I'm basically heading. And this is the old days before GPS, of like a paper map that told me go down this road and you'll find the forest or whatever, the boat ramp or whatever. And I drove through like the craziest, like rich area, like, you know, little estates, not little estates, large estates. And it just was like so weird that would, you know, you're just not used to seeing stuff like that on the road into a national park or whatever, not park, but national forest or whatever it was. And it was just caught me off guard. Like, whoa, we just, you know, out of nowhere. And I would think in the middle of nowhere, it had to be close to something, or maybe it was one of those airport places, you know, that have their own airports. But it seemed like in the middle of nowhere, all of a sudden these mansions were there. So anyway, I've been to places like that where out of nowhere, boom, like you're in a really swanky place.
Yeah, it's that way out here in places. They're not.
And there's
not
all
all
the oil money.
They're not all together, so they'll be like, you know, houses.
Oh, and then, yeah, you're kind of between something now. I just seeing people put up a Wi-Fi network. I imagine in a rancher's farms, I would imagine that's begetting a thing. Or begetting. I bet you that's become. I can't even fucking talk anymore. It's too late. Becoming a thing to set up a network on your property if you got a big property, right?
Yeah, I used to do that back in the day.
For like the Dallas, like that TV show, what was it called? The North Fork. You know, the North Fork would have some kind of badass Wi-Fi if it was still a thing.
Yeah.
Well, especially with Dallas wasn't Dallas like a big tech hub, like freaking Texas Instruments and
Yeah.
Compaq and more.
Yeah.
They must have big internet in Texas. Oh, fuck, they got those freaking rockets in Texas. In Houston, you must have massive internet in Texas.
Sure. So it takes, you know, massive tech to launch a rocket hot.
Well, I think of, because I'm in Tucson, so back in the days of like the early ARPANET and all that crap, I knew that Tucson was a hub just because I just happened to remember seeing it, because you see it, right? I just never thought about Texas. I don't think there's so many schools and stuff. I don't think about the tech schools in Texas, I guess. But yeah, it makes sense that you probably had more than a couple of hubs on that first internet.
TSTI, Texas State Technical, or TST, I don't know, Texas State Technical something.
Did all those guys from like Compaq and Texas Instruments and stuff, did they all come from the same schools, or did they just happen to all live in Texas?
I think it was random. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen a really neat show about the history of Compaq, and then I've seen some other stuff that mention the different Texas stuff, but it's almost always like, here's the stuff about California, and then some stuff happened in Texas. But here's the stuff about California.
Yep.
When I came down one time probably from Wanamaker into Texas, just don't remember. No, I bet you it was coming down to the gun rights policy conference. I came down. That's when I was trying to go to where Flippy said, some gun shop or whatever. So I came down through North Texas. Flippy lives in like whatever, the Scottsdale of Dallas, right? So he brought me down the road that Plano, is that the right town? North Texas? And
North Texas.
I ended up driving right past Texas Instruments and something else. And I was like, oh, snap, I'm in that part of Texas. That's the tech part of Texas. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, Texas.
I must have come down 75. Does that sound right? That'd be right. Yeah, right.
That sounds right. Yeah, 175, 475.
McKinney, yeah, that's it. Plano, McKinney, Allen. So that's the tech part from the old days,
Yep.
I guess.
Yep.
Now I'm pissed because now I learned that there's this computer shop that used to be a repair place that the guy died or something horrible, and it's just falling apart, and you can get like tours of it or whatever. Back then, I could have got in there and actually dug around and snooped around and got something for pennies on the dollar. That would have been fun.
Right. So yeah, there at North Texas. Am I coming through okay?
Oh yeah, you're loud and clear right now.
Okay, I didn't want to get all off into a story. But anyway, yeah, back in the day before I ever moved into town, I literally had my shop in like behind my house, like a converted barn, right? And so this is like the very early days. It's like in between working in my bedroom and growing enough, I couldn't no longer do it in the bedroom, and then not big enough to move to town, right? And so I found Service Electronics. And what Service Electronics did was they took like all the returns from, I don't think there was Best Buy at the time, there may have been, but you know, Best Buy, CompUSA, Staples, Office Depot, you know, and I would bid pallets of items and have to go to Service Electronics. And I usually hired somebody to ride with me up there and drive a U-Haul back with pallets of crap. And like literally, you could buy like pallets of hard drives, pallets of motherboards, pallets of laptops, pallets of monitors, pallets of processors, whatever, pallets of memory, right? And like the thing is, stuff slips through the cracks, right? So it gets returned, and it's all open boxed stuff, but there's nothing wrong with it. And so bid on that stuff, and it's like pennies on the dollar. And so you basically you scrap because computer scrap is worth more than it's worth something. So you know you scrap the scrap, and you usually got back to uh, the price of the auction or whatever for just the scrap, and then you had out of 100, let's say 100 hard drives. I mean, finally get 10 that worked, but they were basically free good hard drives because you paid for everything else with the scrap. So you just have to test it all. So
So not quite an auction like we were doing similar, but it would be the U of A just said all the departments didn't want this pile of stuff, so you can have it for $1, and it was kind of
no, I
random.
mean I had auctions like that too. This was an auction format, so you had to bid on the stuff, and it was
But it
all
seems like
itemized
it was.
exactly down to what was on the pallets. You know?
Oh, okay. So they knew like this is 200 hard drives, not just a bunch of hard drives.
Yeah, no, they knew what they were, what size they
No,
were,
did
what
they
brand
know?
they were. Yeah,
And like this many are working and this many aren't even.
no, that was all unknown.
Okay, it was more like we're taking apart a bunch of computers and these are hard drives and that is RAM, but we haven't tested it all.
Yeah, yeah,
I thought
yeah.
you were going to
Or they
say that
took
you
it
bought like a
in
pallet of this
right.
and a pallet of that, and then you end up with a pallet of working computers minus a couple of bad ones. But it was more like you're you're just kind of random. You never know what you're going to get all the time. We never scrapped much because I didn't bring home truckloads of stuff. We would only get stuff that we knew we could use or sell, but we would buy stuff, sell it for 50. We were happy with that kind of turnaround. I don't know if Clover can hear me.
You get like a literally. Sometimes you get like an 80.
We know you're still there, but you're breaking up. Well, I'm not saying anything, but because or Clover quit saying stuff, so I don't know if he's hearing me or not. But
Business.
oh, I heard something.
That
Sounds
was
like
a
you're going to
deal.
be
That
coming
was a
back.
deal for them, but I mean, I gave $1 for all of them. You know what I mean?
Oh, you were saying stuff, but you cut out. But now you're sounds like you're back again.
Oh, that's yeah,
Yeah, like you
yeah.
started a
Sucks when that
story, and then
happens.
we had silence, and then you came back, and it ended.
Oh, really? Hit me fucked up. So like, yeah, it's like a preacher or Russian and a into a bar. Right?
So, Dead Horse is saying we're up late. 4 hours and a half ago or so, Clover texted me to let me know he was driving home from the shooting range at the Talladega CMP, uh, civilian marksmanship range at Talladega, where they had an event between the Southeast Outdoor Press Association, SIOMA, and POMA, Professional Outdoor Media Association. So two.
Can't even hear.
Here he's back again. Sounds like you came back. So there was two outdoor media associations got together and had a media day.
Yeah, yeah. It dropped so bad I couldn't even. I mean, I couldn't hear you. So,
Yeah, that's what we've been having. But you're back on top of hill or something now. Oh, he's getting a weird lag. So anyway, we've been driving. He's been driving homes from that place. He drove.
yeah, yeah. I'm coming into town. So.
Drove. I was just explaining what you're doing, and now he's back in Texas, getting back towards his house. But the reception is getting worse and worse, I guess, as he's like going up and down house or hills.
Yeah.
Edge is saying he's got money on you stopping at Bucky's. Is there another Bucky's between you and home?
No, negative.
Oh, he dropped out. So he's been cutting in and out because after he dropped off the main highway, kind of cut kitty corner and towards where he lives in a smaller part of Texas or smaller, a smaller town that isn't a bunch of cell phone towers. He's just been jumping in and out. There he is.
Yeah, maybe. Is it caught up now?
More than likely, that killed all the buffering issue too, right? When you drop like that. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, it was like it was a severe lag.
Yeah, it was weird. Like you had dropped and then it came back and it was trying its best. It's actually pretty crazy. I can't even imagine how they buffer all this shit. Back in the old days, I was working on the internet when we were going from regular modems to DSL.
Right.
And cable was the shitty option because DSL was so fast and good. Cable, you shared your bandwidth, so it was horrible. And how could that work? Obviously, that was not the way it ended up, but just I mean the little bit I knew about how this stuff could work, I can't even imagine how good like how good this is compared to what we had in whatever I was in '97 working on this shit.
No kidding.
Like what you're doing now was like $40,000. Like the way that he's connecting would have been like, wow, it worked.
Yeah,
Like holy shit, he was in here for a little while.
right. Yeah. Worked for a little bit. Dang it. Yeah. So yeah, this is the last big town that I'll go through. So odds are this is going to be it for signal. So,
So this
How
is,
long's it been going? We've been going 7 hours, 6 hours.
no, 4 hours and 20 minutes. You've been hauling ass.
Well, that's it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been kicking.
So you're in the town that starts with a H already.
Henderson.
Well, all right, if you're just going to say it, yeah. So that's the one you're saying has the. Well, if you're already there, you're basically home, and well, now you're breaking up a little bit.
Don't care. I don't live here. This is a long way.
Yeah.
Really? I'm literally.
But yeah, he's definitely losing signal again.
Almost hit me.
That'd be pretty
Bear.
bad. He went through 4 or 5 states and waits till he gets home to get pulled over for going to a red light.
According to the map I'm looking at, he basically just has to drive around this one big lake, and then he's home.
One big lake. What the hell are you talking about?
There's a lake, according to the Google, Lake Striker.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah,
You
I'll be
drive-
coming down. I'll have to drive past the east side of Stryker. Yeah. I go
Is
the
it
back
close enough to the road that you see it from the road, or is it just
No.
you're driving near it? Okay.
No, the way I'm going, you won't. No. If you go on the south side or the east side. But yeah, not the way I'm going. So, but yeah. Yeah, that's what I was going to try to tell you once I kind of got into town here. Got some kind of signal was kill it, if you want to or whatever, because once I drop coming out of here, or, the next time I drop, it's probably done. So,
Oh, I got what you're saying. All right. Well, yeah, since we got a good connection, then we'll kill it. Thanks everybody for showing up and keeping Clover alive. We'll stay live on, we'll stay off air, but I'll stop the live thing while Clover's got good connection. So if you want to tell everybody again why you got good connection, where you're at and whatnot.
where I was at, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was in Talladega for Shooting Sports Showcase at the CMP Talladega Marksmanship Park. So, and I'll have some videos and stuff out on some of that. Probably this week.
Yeah, what's crazy is
get home,
been around
as soon
since
as I can get home, get a nap, and edit some stuff.
What's crazy is that thing's been around since 2015, and I've driven past it, I think, kind of. Well, not really past it, but I could have at least been aware of it, and I wasn't even aware of it. But I don't
Right.
competition shoot. It's mostly for competition shooting, right?
It is, yeah.
All right, well, so we're going to keep talking off air, but we'll see everybody later. Thanks for joining in. Thanks,
Yep,
Pink,
thank
for jumping in.
Yeah, thank